Good morning. All right, let's get ready. Running behind schedule today. Not unusual. Always got something going on. 2 cats, 5 adults, 3 children. Everybody's always needing something. All right, that was the opening bell. I just muted just as that happened. Sorry about that. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 8th. Intel's up big this morning on a deal with Google. Broadcom. All right, that's moving higher. Broadcom looks good. Okay, Axon. Walmart's up again. Intel, where's my Intel? There's Intel. All right, let me go take a look at that. Make sure I don't get taken out too soon. Intel, I got a limit order to sell. Let's see what I got of that here. Intel. All right, those are July. Okay, looks good. All right, so the New York Fangs are all up at the moment. Let's see if there's any profit taking first few minutes of the trading day. We got hedge flows. Let's go see what that looks like to start the day. Okay. Netflix. Intel's up big. It's number 1 on the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. Stringing together a deal with Google. Nice gap up. There goes Apple too. Apple, the big move higher. Apple. Are you kidding me? I took Apple off on Friday. Oh, I did. Big shakeout. A lot of these stocks got stopped out. Some of these options got stopped out. Apple got stopped out. Let's see what's Amazon doing. Amazon, that's okay. All right. Well, it is what it is. Reset the clock this week. A lot of good things happening. If you haven't heard, Intel stringing together a deal with Google. Okay, let's see. Google, Intel, INTC. Okay. 3 million in-house chips. So it's Google putting together pretty ambitious AI plan. Last week they talked about 80 billion in secondary, 10 billion of which was a private placement with Warren Buffett at a discounted rate, of course, as you would expect. All right, so give it some time. Let's see if the markets can hold on to these gains and follow through before we just jump in feet first and start buying hand over fist. All right, Marvell just took over the number 1 spot. Marvell. Okay, inside day, it's in the upper half of Friday's price action. A lot of stocks got slammed on Friday. Opportunity? Maybe take one, maybe take one like Apple that got its legs chopped out from under it. Or maybe take Nvidia or whatever. Take one, Let's see what we do here. Shopify. All right. So I can't believe I sold Apple. Well, I got stopped out. What am I going to do? Okay. Futures. Let's see. That's not good. That's okay. Let's take a look at. We want to take a look at the 10-year yield. The 10-year, and what is junk bonds doing? What are the junk bonds doing? JNK. All right. GE on the watch list. That one was for Brother Bill. I know he's long GE. Junk. All right. Junk is an inside day. Junk. All right. 10-year yield. We want this back down below 4.5%. Last was 4.518. All right. So we need to drop a bit more. We need about a 82 basis point drop in a 10-year yield. That would be good for IWM, of course. IWM should be higher. It is a little bit off of Friday's low. So this is a little tricky. Futures are rolling over right now. After being up quite a bit, they're selling into this strength. If whatever you didn't get stopped out on Friday, maybe you've got some energy to push higher. You might want to consider taking some profits off the table if you have them. Reassess the markets. That was a pretty aggressive move on Friday. So I don't think it's all over with yet. S&P, we got a inside day. This very well could just continue to move lower. So I'd be taking the opportunity to reduce my risk even further. I got stopped out on Apple on Friday. Kind of pisses me off, but that happens. Quite a move on Apple. Yeah. It is what it is. Okay, so I'm not going to fret over it. I'll get back into Apple. Apple's going to consolidate. You can see what the Bollinger Bands are doing. They're tightening up. Probably going to stay right in this zone. So lost a couple of dollars per contract. That's okay. Okay, Apple's doing okay. Intel's fading from the high. Let's see if we get a bounce here. Hedge flows. Okay, we got support right here. The 97th percentile. That's not 0 day. This is 0 day. 0 day is 74.20. 74.20, 0 day. Okay. Okay, you can see hedge flows are starting from a lower level right here. So let's see if this turns up and starts trending. I would not be jumping in feet first after what happened on Friday. There was a lot of, I guess, fear, I guess you could call it. Non-farm payroll came out, among other things. Markets didn't like it. Immediately had all the tech stocks sell off. Let's see what Oracle's doing. Oracle, Micron. Oracle's in the lower 25% of Friday's price action. Lower half. Meta also. Okay, Broadcom's trying to bounce. Top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Micron, Intel, Marvell, Clack, AMAT, Applied Materials, LRCX, ASML, makes the machines that makes the chips, AMD, Power, Western Digital, Microchip, and Broadcom. Those are all in the top 10. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. Okay, big change. This was all red on Friday. Small cap value, small cap core, small cap growth is down. Large cap value, core, and growth are all higher. Same thing with mid caps. Okay, number one stock on the Dow Jones is NVIDIA. Okay, inside day. Apple, all right, starting to lose the high of the day. Amazon, Microsoft making a new low. Walmart, looking for the follow through. And Walmart, that's again on the watch list. Cisco, Coca-Cola, Nike, still drifting lower, Verizon, and IBM. Okay, they could look a little better. Let's see what the S&P's got in store. Intel, number one, it's up 9%. NVIDIA, Micron, Apple. Okay, Micron, all right. Supermicro, hanging in there, just below 50. Broadcom, Tesla. We got the IPO on Friday, SpaceX IPO. Futures are still drifting lower. All right, so we're starting off from a bounce, okay? S&P. Oh, you know what? I have some SPY. Let me go ahead and take that off. Calls. All right, I'll get back into that later. All right, Intel, SPY. All right, that faded a little bit off the high. Big gap up. All right, let's see if this holds. A lot of people taking profits, probably thinking the same thing I'm thinking, is that many people probably thinking the same thing. Friday was a drubbing. The markets got drugged through the mud. We closed near the lows of the session. It was lower all day long. Big bearish candle. Now, the rule here is with the inside day, you got to take what happens tomorrow as your direction. It could turn out that if it closes on a doji, right now, we could fade all day long. It looks like we're going to fade, actually. They might just continue to sell this, test the low. Okay, we did that over here. We started off on a Monday, we dropped, and the next day we rallied, similar to what we did April over a year ago, if you recall. So not unusual to take out the previous week's low and then reverse. So right now, we're just watching what's happening here. About 2.5%. 2%. It was 2% on Friday, right? All right, so I'm watching for a potential bounce, or if this continues to fade, I'm not going to chase this at the low. I'm not going to take puts at the low of the day, just for the record. Let's see, Marvell. Let's just go through these and see what they look like. Marvell, inside day in the upper half of today's range, Friday's range. Intel, gapping up and fading. Intel. Just going to go through the top 10 on the S&P 500. Okay, Micron, number 2. Very top of Friday's price action. Do we bounce there? Okay, we got to get back. Got to get back above the 60-minute for starters. For swing setups, for day trades, is a different story. Day trades, if we get oversold, or if we hold this level and start to rise, maybe a day trade on Micron. But it needs to get back above the 60-minute for swing trades. All right, so if you're thinking about opportunities right now, I am as well. All right, KLAC actually looks really good. That keeps going. KLAC. Okay, Intel's starting to bounce. So is Tesla. Meta's starting to bounce. Our shorts covering. All right, people taking profits. So we want to find out. If the markets are taking profits, or if they're going to continue to sell. Right now, we're starting to bounce. Okay, so this is a good signal so far. Okay, we want it to just be profit taking. Netflix bouncing. Netflix at 82. Got a long way to go to get back above my threshold. I want to get it above 90. Futures are bouncing. This is why you don't buy puts at the low of the day. You wait. Let's see if this can bounce a little bit more. If it gets rejected, VWAP rolls over. Maybe. Still too early. It's only 9:44 on the East Coast, the best coast to coast with the most. I am your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're watching, waiting, seeing if we get some sort of setup here. Intel starting to bounce. Intel might be worth a shot. Intel. There was a really big trade early last week, and because of the way we closed on Friday, I said, "Oh, that trade's probably not going to work." Whoever it was that got long, there was a lot of calls that got bought. I forget. It was like, I don't know, several thousand calls. I believe it was Monday or Tuesday. David mentioned it to me. Somebody knew something. Probably knew about this deal. Probably had to suck wind over the weekend, and here we are up today. So maybe that trade will work out. I believe it was a little bit higher. A lot of calls. Okay, let me get this. Okay, Intel looks like it wants to climb a bit. All right, futures are climbing. It's a good practice to get into. Don't buy puts at the low of the day. I know it after Friday, it's really difficult. If we get above VWAP and start to trend, it's still pretty early. So you can use a technique called the opening range, right? A lot of people use it. Take the opening range high, take the opening range low. Whichever direction it decides to go, that's the direction you want to day trade. So VWAP is flat for right now. Let's see if we start to trend. That would blow the bears' minds. Blow my mind. If we were to retrace and take back the 21 day or the 9 EMA today, that'd be awesome. I'm not in the big hurry to jump in after Friday. Got a lot of things got stopped out. I think a half a dozen positions or so got stopped out. I know Apple was one of them. Once I get my bearings here, I'll start looking at what took a hit. All right, so Axon's still looking good, huh? Axon. All right, so I got some Axon July calls. Okay, I have the 500 strike, so we're looking for this to get back up here. Axon. Okay, looking for this to bounce. Okay, that's okay. Walmart. I want to add to Walmart. Okay, Walmart's doing what I thought it might do. Instead of just going straight up, I thought, if you recall, that Walmart might base in this area right around 119, 120. That's what it looks like it's doing. MACD stochastics are turning, volume starting to pick up, RSI is rising. So this looks pretty good. I have a position from last week, so I'm looking to add to this. Okay, I'd like to see it above 120 today. Walmart's one. Costco's another one. Costco, we'll take a look at Casey's in a minute. That's one that Brother Bill likes to trade. Casey's. Okay, Casey's still hanging there. Probably going to base in this area. Probably basing. The only issue I have is because of the big run-up on the weekly. This thing has run since 2022, since the bear market, end of the bear market. But it hasn't had a major correction. It looks like it's a major correction right now. It doesn't mean it needs to pull back further. It's just that I'm keeping an eye on Casey's general stores. They're good. They're big out Midwest, right? In the plains. ARM Holdings. All right, nice bounce on ARM. Palantir. All of those stocks got whacked on Friday. All right, so you see S&P didn't get through VWAP. getting rejected. This could just be a doji day, you know? So let's see what Trace is saying. Okay, we got a big level of support right below. Okay, we got a big level of support right below. That's a 97 percentile. I have a feeling people going, traders, big traders are going to wait and see what happens here. They'll start putting their bets together. Meanwhile, let's look for some trade setups. Apple's already pulled back. I got stopped out on Friday, so this is going to give me another opportunity. Apple. Do I want to do it here? Do I want to do? You know what? It's still early. Shit. Do I want to do Apple right now? Let me see what's going on with Friday's calls. Apple Friday. That's the IPO. So I would only do a couple of positions this morning. Okay, make sure. I hate these weeklies because if you're not paying attention, you wind up buying today's option on a Monday or a Wednesday. I've done that a couple of times already since they went to weekly options, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, with stocks like Apple and Nvidia. Okay, so there's 2,400 contracts already at 315. Maybe I'll do a vertical, 315, 320. I'm going to do a vertical, 315, 320 on Apple right here. Okay, $1.50. 315, 320 for Friday. Survey says I get filled. You know what? I'm gonna cancel this order. It's early. Apple could take off to the upside. Where's my working orders? Let me cancel that. Cancel. All right. The last time I did this with Apple too early, I wound up regretting it. If you recall, it was like a couple of weeks ago. Bought too early, had to wait for a better exit because it kept moving lower. All right, RSI is only at 50 right now. Keep an eye on Apple. I'm just going to stick to my guns. I'm not going to do anything big just yet. Okay, there is a lot of contracts at that 320, 330. Those 320, 330 strikes, there's a lot of contracts there that's traded. 4,700 of the 307.50s have traded. That could be just people taking profits off because there was 5,700 contracts in open interest. All right, let me do a morning scan here quickly, see who's got the most. You know what? I'm going to wait a little bit. I think what's going to happen is a lot of these options that I've traded this morning are going to be people getting out of positions that they decided to swing. I'm looking at Apple, 4,700, 4,800 contracts have traded at the 307.50 strike. There was only 5,700 contracts in open interest. So I got a feeling a lot of that was just people taking profits in the money as it started to fade. Looks like it's going to hold though, Apple. I mean, you could try it. You could try it. Looks like it might want to go here, Apple. 315, 320, 315, 320. All right, looks like it's going to go. 315, 320. CBRX is back to 19. CBRX. CBRX. CBRS. Stock charts. Okay, let's look at CBRS on the move. CBRX as well. CBRS is back and running. CBRX as well. 2 times. There goes CBRX. CBRS. Okay, S&P back up. Okay, futures are still holding. All right, we bounced. All right, nice little bounce. So the verdict is, looks like the verdict was profit taking, and if we can manage to stay above VWAP, maybe we can salvage today. Maybe we can salvage today. Put in a little bit larger candle. I'm not crazy about dojis because you never know what it's going to do. The strategy is to take the direction after the move. All right, Netflix pushing a bit more. Apple looks like it wants to go. Intel's trying to negotiate a little bit of support here. Microsoft trying to turn. Microsoft making a new low. S&P is still chopping around here. So Doji Day for now. Okay, I'll keep an eye on Trace. Hedge flows. If this starts to be higher highs and higher lows, that would be great. Come on, S&P. All right, NVIDIA rolling over. No follow through on NVIDIA. All right, here goes Tesla. Tesla looking pretty good as well. Tesla, let's see, Walmart. Okay, that's still good. Walmart, Tesla, big, big drop, bouncing at the 50-day, back above the 50-day. If this catches a bid here, we could see a nice little move. All right, looks like, I don't know if you can see this. Okay, so it looks like a little descending pattern, right? More or less. If we look at the 60 minutes, probably more obvious. Let's look at the 60-minute. See the 60-minute? See the descending pattern? You pick up on it pretty quickly. Descending. Okay, it's like a wedge. So we're looking for it to move back to at least 435 this week, maybe higher. Okay, so that looks like Tesla. Okay, futures just dropped off. Futures just dropped off. All right, Apple, like I said, probably. All right, there goes the futures. Apple. All right, just got rejected at VWAP, Apple. Let's see if it makes a higher low. I don't like the way we're starting out. We're starting out with a big bearish day on Friday, a doji today. Futures running up. Is this going to be a liquidity grab? It's hard to tell. It's still very early. We're going into 10 o'clock right here, about to flip over to 10 o'clock. My original thought over the weekend was, any bounces, we should probably be reducing our exposure. Don't think this fallout is over with yet. NVIDIA just rolled over. Tesla's still pushing. Okay, let me just do a quick look at breadth. All right, let's see what breadth looks like. Is breadth rising or is it falling? Where are you? There you are. Okay, so mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ trying to move higher. S&P flat. Okay, S&P equal weight. Let's look at that. That gave us a decisive sell on Friday. So we're just sitting here. I got to believe we're going to fade a little bit more down to the 21 day. So I'm not eager to jump in feet first, especially early. Number of stocks above the 20-day are continuing to rise. So that's good. Even though we have the New York fangs are mixed. Be a little bit more methodical this morning. All right. So we had a huge down candle. Do we bounce here? Does this become a head and shoulders top? RSI's turn back up. MACD's still, momentum is clearly down, right? Stochastics down. Tesla and Netflix are managing to hold on to some gains here. Netflix pushing a bit higher. Netflix, all right, 4 days down here, Netflix. I keep looking at this low over here as a possibility. It's still trending. All right, Broadcom just pulled back some more. Broadcom. Come on, futures. Let's save the day. Okay, Tesla's still pushing. Apple. All right, so CBRS is still running here. CBRS, CBRX, CBRX, Cerebrus. Okay, big reversal. Okay, we're ripping here. CBRX is ripping. Yeah, Mondo, I have CBRX too. Shares, and I have some Lotto calls I bought last week. All right, CBRS. Okay. We're going to head back up to those highs, I would imagine. All right, Meta's trying to bounce more. Shorts covering. Okay, let me look at this CBRS on the 60-minute. Okay, so CBRS on the 60-minute is just starting to change directions from a downtrend after the IPO. This starts to turn up. 100 points on this one. I wouldn't think that'd be a big deal. Let's see. Okay, let's see. We're starting to gain a few stocks. Apple turning back up. Yeah, Apple can be problematic early in the morning. Sometimes you get in too early. A lot of time you get in too early and it manages a little bit lower first before turning back up. So I'm watching Apple. I got stopped out on Friday, so I'm eager to get back in. All right, so Citigroup initiates Cerebra Systems at a buy with a 340 price target. Okay. All right, NVIDIA is still drifting a bit lower. Let me see what the okay, with 264 stocks, so we got more than 50% of the S&P 500 moving higher. We got stocks, the number of stocks above the 20-day turned up, so that's good. Got a lot of stocks look like they could follow through. All right, here's Cerebras, 60-minute, looks good. Okay, Citigroup initiated Cerebras with a buy. Now that everybody is in at the lows, Kathy Woods was buying last week. Not that she has the best track record, but it does create something of a floor when other people start to talk about upgrading the stock. Citigroup analysts upgrading. I'm sure there's probably others. Let's see here. Cerebras. All right. Andrew Fellman. I wonder if that's Marty's son. Said the company works with multiple data center suppliers, is not partnering with NVIDIA, positioning Cerebras as an AI inference alternative for traders. Cerebras Systems initiated overweight by Barclays, by Wedbush. Wow, a lot of upgrades. Okay, they're all starting to upgrade. Now's the time to buy. Cerebras is cheap. This thing is cheap. All right, Cerebras. This looks good. All right, that looks good. Apple, no follow through yet. Apple, still sitting here. Okay, again, let's take a look at what is actually moving the markets. I'm going to look at the 60-minute charts. Okay. Now that it's a little after 10 o'clock, Marvell held on to the highs. Marvell, is the daily. Here's a 60-minute. I'll go back and forth. That'll be a good idea. All right, so we're looking for that to get back above. Okay. Intel putting together a deal with Google to make chips. So these companies are having a hard time getting all the chips that they need in their own planning. So for the AI build out, so we're still very active with this. Intel, that's a good deal to put together with Google. Once it gets back above this 20 MA and continues, I need to turn up. That'll be good because this is a little descending pattern, as you can see. Lower highs, lower lows. We need to break that trend and start pushing higher. Netflix looks good. for, short-term swing trade. Maybe it bounces and follows through. I don't know. Micron, Dexcom, just going down through the list of stocks that are up today. Dexcom looks like it wants to keep going. What does Dexcom do? DXCM. We've traded it a couple of times. I forget what they do. Dexcom. Designs, develops, commercializes continuous glucose monitoring systems. Yeah, people, the baby boomers getting older, not eating right, a lot of processed foods out there. Change your eating habits. It'll help out a lot. Healthcare providers. All right, so this looks pretty good. So Dexcom is in the glucose monitoring, among other things. Ambulatory use. Okay. Dexcom. All right, big breakout here. Let's see what the weekly looks like. Weekly. Actually, this is a really nice looking chart. We just broke through 76. Next level is 90. Dexcom. I like it. I just won't buy it right here, right now, because it's the high of the day. Okay, Dexcom's already run quite a bit. Its ATR is $2.80. A lot of people ask, am I chasing if I buy it here? Absolutely. It's up $5.26. It averages about $3 a day. Okay, so you're $2 over your skis, looking for this to pull back a little bit. Doesn't mean it will. It could be just a expansion day breakout, which is what it looks like. I just wouldn't chase it. I like it. I probably would buy it next week, or not next week, tomorrow, or maybe later today if we can get a little pullback. So Dexcom looks pretty good. Micron, KLAC, we talked about that earlier. That one just took off, and looks like it could keep going. That's all right. So it's hanging out. KLAC, inside day. Not really. It's in the top 25%. Applied Materials. I like this company, Applied Materials. That's another one. It's in the top 25% of Friday's price action. Some of these look a little better than others. Tesla's hanging out at the 50-day. All right, so there you go. Apple is starting to fade. All right, so waiting for Apple. It's fading from the highs. Looks like it could just consolidate. Bollinger Band's flattening out now on the top. The upper band's catching up. It's in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. It's consolidating for 2 weeks. All right, Netflix. I got stopped out on Friday on that selling. Apple. Apple. All right, RSI is almost oversold. Yeah, see, waiting for this to get a little bit more of a sold was a good thing to do. Looked pretty good. Looked pretty good just after the open, that first move back up to the highs. But I've had this experience with Apple before. Wait on Apple. Wait till about 11 o'clock or so. RSI looks like it's going to drift lower. So it looks like people, institutions ran this up. Liquidity grab, take out all the stops overhead. Some people take profits into that. Fades a bit. Now we're waiting for the actual secondary move. Let's see if we get it. If RSI drifts a little bit lower, watch Apple. Okay. New York Fangs are trying to hang in there. Still not super confident. Futures still haven't done what I'd like to see. Okay, let's see. Hedge flows. Okay, hedge flows. Looks like you can't see it. It's right behind price. Hedge flows chopping around. Not trending yet. Not trending yet. We have support right below. So if you're trading the S&P or thinking about trading the S&P, we got to hold 74.20. If we can push off of this level and the New York Fangs can all continue to hold at least where they are right now. Looks like NVIDIA and Microsoft are seeing some short covering right now. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so here is Apple's trying to look like a turn. Microsoft looks like it's trying to turn. Shorts covering. You can see over on the right, it made a new low below Friday's low. NVIDIA is trying to turn as well. A little short covering. Inside day on the right, daily. Okay, stocks are not jumping out at me here. Let's see. Dexcom looked okay. I just didn't want to chase it. ASML makes the machines that makes the chips. What's Taiwan Semi doing? Taiwan Semi, inside day. All right, that needs to get above Friday's high. Taiwan Semi this week. I have August calls for Taiwan Semi. I'm surprised I didn't get stopped out on Friday on this one. Got stopped out on Apple, but not on Taiwan Semi. Let me go check here. Nope, still got Taiwan Semi. All right, didn't get stopped out. I know why. Okay, because it's August calls. All right, CBRX. This one is looking really good. I'm going to start adding to this one. Okay, we were buying sub 18 on CBRX. It's up at 2150 now. CBRX. They don't have CBRX here on stock charts. CBRX. Because TradingView has it. I don't understand why they don't have it. This looks good. Okay, so you can see a changing trend now. CBRX. Let me just create a symbol for this one. CBRX. I'll do both. CBRS. Okay. All right, so we're hanging in there. Futures, frustrating people right now. Futures, look at that support right there. Support. Okay. Not much to do right now. Support just below. For those of you trading the S&P. S&P, if you've been trying to get my attention, I apologize. My brain's in a different place. My son's 16th birthday. Happy birthday, Antoine. He's listening. Gave him my Tag Heuer watch. He's been like eyeballing it forever. Got him another watch that he really liked, Swiss Movement. Gave him my father's watch that my father gave to me, a Longines collector's, all gold. So he's got a nice little case. He's got his watches in there. He wants to be a collector like his father. Let's see. Okay, yeah, let me post this here. S&P. The market's moving slow right now, so not giving us a direction. If you look at this, S&P, just be patient. Copy that. It's only Monday. It's only Monday, so let's not screw up our week by getting too aggressive too early. It's only Monday. Apple bouncing. Okay, what are you doing, Palantir? Palantir, inside day, lower half of Friday's price action, Palantir. ARM, inside day as well, in the lower half of Friday's price action as well. Intel, gapping up Intel, Really should keep an eye on Intel because it might actually get going. Once all the analysts have a chance to run their models, I'd be surprised if they don't have AI models that are so much faster now. Intel, okay, gapping up on the news that it's going to produce chips for Google. From what I understand, for the longest time, Intel didn't have a really big client deal. They've had deals, but nothing like as big as this one with Google. So it's significant. You know what? Let me run the mid-morning scan now. Now that stocks have settled down and profit taking has already subsided, I'd like to run a scan, a daily script, if you will, and see where the money is flowing. Now, the reason I don't want to do it too early is because a lot of especially after Friday, a lot of the profit taking can cloud what these high vol versus open interest stocks are telling us. As of Monday morning, June 8th, 6, 8, 10. Can't believe this kid is 16. All right, let's see what it comes up with. Procter and Gamble, Costco, Walmart. Okay, all I'm seeing is what I was thinking when I put together the weekend video. Consumer staples. All right, so let's look at these real quick. PG. Okay, inside day. Walmart, we got a position. Looking to add to that. Costco, looking to start a position in Costco. Walmart looking really spicy here. A spicy meatball. Oh, there goes Costco. All right, that looks pretty good. Procter and Gamble. Yeah, that looks good. Let's see. Clorox, Kimberly Clark, CMB. Okay, these all look like they have a bid. All right, what else? Costco, PG, Walmart, J&J. J&J, that's one that Leastar used to look for or look to trade when the markets were getting dicey. All right, so J&J looking good. It's above the 50-day. It's not ripping higher, so you don't have to chase any of these. Take your time and analyze the markets. It looks like cyclicals and defensives are still being bought right now. Some of the banks, let's see, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. All right, those are bouncing. Okay, those are bouncing. Inside day. All right, Wells Fargo, have a position of Wells Fargo. All right, that's trying to go as well. All right, Apple back up. Okay, Apple turning back up, shaking the tree. Okay, a little descending channel. Okay, so look at Apple now. Look at me now. Okay, a little channel down. Okay, it's breaking the channel. Okay, it's going to take out this high, it looks like. Okay, let's see what that does. Apple. Okay, RSI almost got oversold. Apple, 1 minute. Okay. Here's Apple. We'll come back to CBRS in a minute. CRML's also turned back up. I got stopped out of CRML last week. CBRX is at the high of the day, 2150. Looks like it wants to go some more. Any B and C pivot on CBRX, I'm going to buy more shares. I'll probably add 300 shares. I want to get up to like 1,500 to 2,000 shares on this one. Got a feeling this is going to be like a 2 or 3 bagger, if not more, in the short term. I mean, think about their on wafer inference AI. It's like a size of a dinner plate. So you don't have to have all these separate chips and have all these connectors and fiber optics and cooling and all that other stuff. I mean, I'm sure you have to have cooling, but the point is, it's like a dinner-sized plate chips instead of the way Intel, I mean, the way that NVIDIA has it, which is stacked and layered, right? So we'll see who winds up winning the race. I got a feeling NVIDIA will, but Cerebras definitely got some nice technology. So buying the dip that we saw after the IPO, that started to turn last week. And if you've been paying attention, Cerebras is looking pretty good. CRBS, 60-minute is changing trend. Okay, it's changing trend. It's pretty obvious now. The last couple of times it tried to get above, notice how quickly it faded. Faded. Not this time. See the difference? Okay. So over here, after the IPO, it did make a shot at moving higher, but it quickly got rolled over. So over time, we are able to break the trend. Sorry about that. I like to give IPOs a little bit of time, a little bit of time to establish a trend, establish some pivots. Now we have a pivot low, a pivot high. And in between, we've got this change in direction. RSI is rising. Oh, my son should buy some of this. All right, looks good. CBRX looks good. Okay, Microsoft's starting to turn. There goes Apple turning back up. All right, Apple looking good. CBRS. Nice turn. Intel turned back up. Okay, so back to what we were doing before. Apple looking a lot better. Apple looking better. Okay, Oracle, what are you doing, Oracle? It was disappointing what happened on Friday. A lot of stocks got hit. shaking the tree. Anyone who chased last week, but on top of that, we got Core 1M. Core 1M, that this dispersion between individual stocks and the indices shows up in this valuable data point. All right. So this is the implied correlation index. It compares individual stocks, especially the ones that have um, calls that are bought. You know, that people are chasing calls, buying up like they did last week. We got down to like 6 and change, I believe it was, down below 6 actually. So we're back above 8 and starting to look a lot better. So if we look out over here, all right, so it looks like S&P is starting to get some traction. If we look over here at the scanners, uh, if you recall, a lot of these stocks were jammed up against the right side of this. Now they're starting to move to the left, which is really good. Let me see if Brent updated. It was late this morning. Okay, this is this morning's note. Yep. Okay. Okay, so this looks good. So with Core 1M where it is, calls are less expensive now. A lot of people are probably fearful for doing anything at the moment, which makes sense. NVIDIA bouncing, NVIDIA bounce. Tesla still rising from the 50-day support. Here's a stop below low of the day. SpaceX IPO on Friday. Intel. Intel's a buy. 105.50 is a stop. Core 1M. Core 1M. Okay. Apple. Apple looking for this to push through VWAP and continue. NVIDIA with a nice turn. Okay, Tesla. Okay, Intel still rising, looking good. CRML. I got stopped out of CRML in addition to Apple. That's moving back up. I believe I got stopped out of USAR too. I had shares on both of those. USAR. There were new entries. USAR. Intel. Tesla starting to see a little profit taking. Apple. Apple trying to push through this area. Apple. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm just going to go see what my son is up to. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 8th, 10:30. 9 a.m. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. All right, Apple looking really good here. All right, so I'm not so disappointed now. All right, Apple's still pushing here. Apple looking good. My son bought some CBRX. All right, we're still going here. Okay, Apple looking good. Future's starting to push a bit higher. All right, looking okay. Starting to see a trend developing. So I would imagine the next level up resistance will be somewhere around 7,500. 7,500. All right, CBRS is up 18% today so far. 18%. $36. Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be a good one. Gonna be a good one. All right, Apple looking good. Apple's still pushing. All right, so I went from being stopped out on Friday to missing missing an entry on the reversal. Hopefully, some of you got into this. That's all right. I'm cool. Apple's still going. I did add the CBRS though. CBRX. CBRX. Ooh, there we go. 2250. All right, we're climbing. CB.
Continuously pushing performance is how players take their game to the next level, and how Aramco delivers reliable energy to millions. Aramco, integrated energy in chemicals, like an HD.
Scarlet Boo. Scarlet Boo.
But that's also because they've cut a lot of their capacity. There are a lot fewer flights than there were before, and they're struggling with higher gas prices and jet fuel prices.
Looking good. All right, we're going here. We're looking really good. CBRS is starting to giddy up.
How much are airlines eating some of the price increases, cost increases versus passing it on to consumers? Because as a traveler in the U.S., I feel like the third party has on everything to the consumer. You see it in the fares. But I'm wondering if what kind of deterioration we're seeing on profitability.
Imagine if you had bought NVIDIA when we first put it on the watch list at $33.60.
Benedict, thank you so much. Benedict Channel is our Bloomberg Global Aviation editor joining us from Berlin on these airlines. Paul, I don't know when the next time you're flying. It's October. Okay, so after the INTC. Okay, so September probably. All right, so still after the rush of the summer travel season, because it's going to be over real fast. And it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks, but not really well. That'll be fun.
Excuse me.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence. What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.? Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe. The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle. How do you broaden out the AI play? Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China? Bloomberg Intelligence. On Bloomberg Radio, originals, and the Bloomberg Business app. Good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Bloomberg Studio and streaming live on YouTube. This is the second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Scarlett. We've got a lot coming up. We're going to talk about IPOs, big ones, and some unexpected ones. Leland Berkshire is our senior equities reporter, talking about the video parent, Mending Spoons. That's the name of the company filing for an IPO. Its sales are jumping. We'll dig into all of that. We're also, of course, are going to talk about SpaceX, the other big IPO that is pricing sometime this week. Diana Rosero Pena is our consumer staples analyst. She'll join us with her recap of Apple's latest earnings. That stock is higher today. And it is Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference today in California. We're going to get on Rana, our tech analyst, to discuss how Apple is positioning its technology for this big event. And Claudia Lubis is our Bloomberg Annual Oil Associate, talking about crude refining margins here from U.S. producers. We'll get into all of that later on. But first, let's go to Matt.
All right, Intel looks like it wants to keep going. Apple doing well. About to break out. Okay, Tesla at the high of the day. Microsoft turning, look like more shorts covering. We've got Google turning back up along with Meta, higher lows, higher highs on Meta. Intel looks like it wants to keep going. Top 10 stocks on the NASDAQ 100, Marvell, Intel, Micron, KLAC, KLAC, Applied Materials, LRCX, ASML, Dexcom, Empower, and MicroStrategy. Strategy's up, huh? Is Bitcoin moving today? Is Bitcoin on the move? Let's see. Bitcoin, BTC, Bitcoin futures. Okay, so got pretty oversold Bitcoin. Are we going to bounce now, Bitcoin? Mhm. Walmart. I do want to add to Walmart. The still like the defensive names too. They might slow down a little bit. KMB, Kimberly Clark, are an inside day, no follow through. Procter and Gamble. All right, so it looks like people that got in on Friday may be taking some profits off. Walmart, still think Walmart's going to be much higher. It's already pulled back quite a bit from 135 to 112. And, we got the holidays ahead of us, obviously way out in the future. But, I have December calls in Walmart, so we're looking for that to improve by December. Costco bouncing, TJ Maxx. The retailers look good last week. TJ Maxx looks like it wants to break out. Ross Stores, American Eagle Outfitters, The Gap, Dick's Sporting Goods, DKS. All right, Dollar Tree. All right, so that was the retailers. We also saw the banks dip on Friday. We did see them catch a bid today, a little bit. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, etc. Morgan Stanley looks pretty good there, right? Morgan Stanley holding up the best out of those three. All right, just flagging. What are these? AAOI, the optical companies. AAOI still trending. LITE, GLW, Corning, Intel looking good. Intel, nice reversal. Descending channel, pretty obvious. If it breaks above 120, this one will probably go. Intel. All right, so CBRS on the move today. CBRS got a lot of upgrades. Wedbush, Citigroup, quite a few upgrades on CRBS. So that looks good. After Friday was such a bizarre day. All of that on non farm payrolls. The idea that we're going to get another rate hike, and yet the markets just completely reverse the next trading day. This is pretty bizarre. Well, Brent was saying that we'd probably see a lot more volatility. What is VIX doing? VIX, I sold a lot of my 22s on Friday. Good thing I did that. I got July 22s, also have June 22s calls. All right, so I sold those. Let's see what else I have. I still have the June 22s left, I believe. Yes, the June 22s I still have left. All right.
There's another company. Have you heard of Bending Spoons? All right. Well, Bending Spoons has also filed for a U.S. IPO. Billy Lipschultz has heard about it, and he has reported on it. And he joined our senior equities reporter, Billy. Bending Spoons. What is this company? And it's a reference to the Matrix, isn't it?
It's a reference to the Matrix, formed in 2013, and from kind of the whole pitch is from the movie that is kind of like the world of confusion. But you don't know Bending Spoons. I don't think anyone really knows what Bending Spoons is. They're a Milan-based company. The things that you do know them for, they do own Vimeo, they own AOL, they own a number of these acquire a company, clean it up, fit it into the broader portfolio, maybe lay off some people, cut some costs, and really build out that way. I was talking to an investor this morning on the ideal flip, because that'll mean it kind of kicks off the process. I was kind of like, walking through your thoughts on this company, and he was like, it's similar to IAC, the Barry Diller company, which got renamed to people, and he was like, again, we haven't quite done the work, we're all focused on SpaceX right now.
Futures, S&P. Let's watch the S&P for a few. S&P at the high. Inside day. Everybody's happy the markets have bounced. Does that mean we're going to continue to move higher? Um, I don't know. Friday's price action was very unusual over non-farm payrolls and the thought that the Fed is going to raise rates because of it. Is that enough to send the markets lower? Right now we're doing okay. Inside day, the Qs got and the New York Fang got really whacked. New York Fang, let's see what that looks like now. Stocks are starting to rise. Where is huh. There we are. Okay, so nice bounce. We're about 50%, almost 50% into Friday's price action. New York Fang components, Intel, not part, but it is rising. Intel, ARM Holdings. All right, we need Microsoft to do a little bit more. That would help. Tesla's at the high of the day right now. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 8th, 11:11 a.m. All right.
Almost 2% on the Nasdaq. So those concerns, at least for the moment, kind of brushed aside. I think the big question going forward is what level of oversubscription do we get? Do we see anchor orders? Are we able to hear who those companies could be? I think the big thing when we talk about $75 billion IPO,
Intel.
are you getting a buy-in from the Googles of the world? Are they stepping up from a strategic perspective? Because not only is that if you sell to a strategic, you're essentially taking float out even further. So less than 4% gets much tighter more quickly. And then you add on the fact that it's going to be added to the NASDAQ 100 early next month. So that's high demand. It gets more interesting. This is certainly going to be something that we keep a close eye on as the book gets built, as its allocations are built out.
I mean, this is going to, is this a conventional IPO or a very unconventional IPO? It's massive, that makes it unconventional.
It's massive. It came out with a fixed price. It came out with a fixed price and evaluation. I've said this, I think, for 2 weeks at this point. We and others have reported 5 months ago that they wanted to go public around 1.75 to $2 trillion. We reported 5 months ago that they wanted to raise $75 billion. They came out with a fixed price. They came out with those metrics already drawn in the sand. When you're thinking through how this deal is going to come together, Musk and company can say, we told you what we wanted. If you came to Starbase back in January, you came to Hawthorne a few months ago, you knew what we would do. And the story is continuing to be, though, the big pushback and the big question mark is CapEx. If, as we reported, they're going to spend $360 billion in 2030, is $75 billion IPO. Earnings, can't assume. Can't be New Jersey. Reports some subscription having the other side, and yet she covers a lot of these consumer names who work with intelligence. We learn from the makers of Campbell's soup again, and that job in my words. INTC, of course,
Well, they're trying to be very conservative with how they communicate going forward. Obviously, tariffs remain a headwind for them, especially in aluminum. They're thinking that that's probably going to abate over the next couple of quarters, but with oil at over $100 per barrel, that's probably going to remain a headwind. So we talk a lot about soup and condensed soup, but that's not the only part of what this is. The snack business as well. We have spaghetti sauce, so there's Rayo's, Morales, Swanson.
All right, Intel's still pushing. S&P high of the day. Looking for BNC pivots early or just this trend to continue. Yeah, futures look good. Broadcom rising. New York Fangs look pretty good. Intel's still pushing. The top 10, top 20 stocks are almost all tech related and semiconductors. Wow, this is a really good list of stocks. Same thing with the S&P 500. There's a few Bitcoin related names in there too. Coinbase, AMD, On Semiconductor, Corning, LRCX, SanDisk. Wow, very nice day. Alrighty. S&P 500 doing well. Okay, let's go see what hedge flows look like. Hedge flows are trending. Hedge flows are trending if you're trading the S&P. All right. Alrighty. Got about another 40 minutes to go, 50 minutes to go for lunchtime. Day is flying by. Bitcoin's at highs. Bitcoin, nice reversal on Bitcoin. All right, looks good. Market's looking good. Not a bad day. I did not expect this kind of price action after what happened on Friday. I thought for sure we'd be lower this morning. So when I woke up around 5 o'clock, I looked at the futures like, really? This is what they got going, huh? Went to the beach with the son to watch the sunrise for his birthday. I think that was kind of cool idea from his mother. He took a photograph. 16 years old, man. The time flies. Time flies. I remember him sitting in my lap when we were in New Jersey, sitting in my lap, watching me trade. I told him, you don't want to do this, you want to do that. And he just like everything, he just absorbed everything so early, 5, 6 years old, learning how the stock market works. I wish I had had that. Didn't learn finance from my father until I was maybe 24, 23, 24, something like that. Anyway, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 11:24 a.m., Monday, June the 8th, my son's 16th birthday. They just left to go to breakfast with my in-laws, my brother-in-law's wife, and her 2 kids. So they're going to go have breakfast. A really nice breakfast place in Myrtle Beach. If you're ever in Myrtle Beach, go to Tenfold Biscuits. It's one of the best restaurants for breakfast in Myrtle Beach. We'll go to the library tomorrow for his birthday. A very nice Kansas City steak house, basically, like Ruth Chris. All right, just watching the markets, looking pretty good here. Okay, just scanning, yapping away, watching the markets higher. All right, Intel looks good. Intel just off the highs of the morning session. Futures, hedge flows continue. All right, we got a little bit of resistance. We could see a little bit more upside if you're trading long. You've got a 96 percentile and 97 percentile. No 99s. Is that 99? No, that's not 99. Is that? Nope. Okay, so maybe 7,500. 74.80 and then 7,500 probably. Support held up very well. Let's see what's non-zero day. All right, some significant support here, non-zero day. Let's look at open interest. Net open interest, pretty clear levels on net open interest. Okay. That's 100 points. 100 point range. All right. R1.
And just for the record, how much is Apple paying Google to be able to use Gemini? Thank you.
All right, I misspoke earlier, so I don't know if someone here can know that may be the case. But you and the BI technology team are hosting a big time conference tomorrow here in New York, in your headquarters. Generative AI forums scaling across industries. Dude, we've got like serious speakers here. I'm talking Hewlett Packard Enterprises, Marvell, Broadcom, expansion, big time tech folks. What's the story about what you guys are doing tomorrow with this conference?
Yeah, we also appreciate people from CIO. So the big thing for us is a lot of our conferences are built on what's happening on the tech world. Right now, we have a little bit of that as well, but the big focus is how is it getting diffused across several industries? Because unless that happens, a lot of this conference is not used for the hospitals are using it, using it. So that's what we try to do tomorrow is to try to learn from them how are they adding more AI capabilities across their entire ecosystem.
In terms of, oh, sorry,
I was just gonna say, I'm looking at this list. This is darn good. John Chambers, like
Cisco.
Cisco.
Yeah, well, he's going to be directly because he was supposed to be here, but he couldn't make it. But he's going to talk about how the AI infrastructure build is, in some ways unlike the internet build-up, and why is it different as well. So we are really.
CB.
Just don't go nuts with the use of AI and making sure they're using the right kind of hardware, the right kind of models, don't use AI when it's not necessary. So there's a lot of that needs to happen on the back end because, to be very honest, integrated companies don't have unlimited capital. They have to make sure that their margins just, are not, cash flows don't get negative. So it's very different compared to a private AI company. So these guys have to be more judicious about it.
So yesterday on the beach, Jersey Shore,
sitting at 3 people, late 20s, early 30s. One in Atlanta, one in Sydney, and fascinating discussion all day. We didn't talk about the mix at all. It was about how they're using AI, and they say it is AI all the time. It's being forced down upon them on all parts of the workflow. One person said,
CONL. Let's see, CONL. Wow, you could make it all the way to 560. 560. And then 580. And then 605.
All right, great stuff. Again, tomorrow hosting this big investor conference on AI. So there's some great attendees there. So that's why. So it's not just for
Although that might be targeted.
Yeah, so I'm Rana, senior tech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He and the team did fantastic work on AI.
Apple just off the highs. Apple.
Let's get back to the oil business here. It looks like we got a little cessation, a little bit between Iran and Israel. That was announced here this morning. Look at WTI crude oil up 1.3% to just under $92 per barrel. No, because I think we've seen this before. All parties.
Yes.
Let's check out Claudio Lewis, oil associate at Bloomberg NEF. He's based over there in London. Talk to us, Claudio, about the downstream part of the energy chain and the refining markets here. Presumably there's less oil coming through the global system. What's it mean for some of the refiners?
Great to be here, Paul. So I think the impacts on the oil refining segments vary across regions, depending on how much they rely on Middle Eastern crude. So just to contextualize, right now the conflict in the Middle East is trapping around 14 to 15 million.
Oh, I don't have audio on
That's over 30%.
Pulse. Let me get Pulse up and running. I forgot about that.
Goes to Asia. So Asian refiners are amongst the most impacted, given the supply chain constraints that they face. They'll either need to scramble for alternative crude supplies.
Microsoft dropping off new lows. Microsoft. All right. Microsoft's not good. Microsoft not playing nice.
Is the Middle East, of course, given the direct operational risk. But where it starts to get really interesting is when we start to look at refiners across the Atlantic basin. So that's those in US, Europe, and even to an extent West Africa, specifically.
App 11. Let's see. App 11. Okay. Yeah, I have looking for a bounce here. App 11. Mm-hmm.
Higher fuel prices and higher margins in order to run harder.
That's a great trip around the world to explain how refiners are looking at things. Let's stay on the U.S. specifically. Not so long ago, as of May, we had seen that U.S. crude refining margins have doubled because of the Iran war. What does that look like now?
Yeah, for sure. I think U.S. refining margins have definitely shot up since the start of the war. If we look at the off-the-touted 3-to-1 crack spreads, which you may know, current levels are around $45 per barrel, and that's around 1.5 times the oil level. And just to give a context here, I think this relatively elevated levels is driven by a couple of factors, right? You have limited inventories for refined products, particularly diesel and gasoline. So if you look at diesel, car stocks are right now down 20% since the start of the year. For gasoline, it's down 10%. So these are way below seasonal averages. And this is despite oil demand remaining relatively robust in the U.S. Refiners in the U.S. are also running very hard right now, where nationwide average
App 11. S&P. All right. S&P just dropped off here.
Texas and Louisiana, it's at 98%. So essentially operating at full capacity. And there's also an element of increased product exports overseas for key fuels like diesel and jet fuel shooting at home. So I think back to your question, I think this are exactly what's driving.
All right. The top 10, top 20 still mostly chips and related names. S&P 500, NASDAQ 100. Applied Materials looks really good, trending. Complete reversal of Friday. Applied Materials. Applied Materials. Okay, LRCX. LRCX. Intel. Micron. Okay, these look good. They're holding up really well. They're above Friday's high, most of them. Marvell. Okay. It's like Friday didn't happen. That's so bizarre. ASM. What it did do is killed a lot of option premium, which got Core 1M back down, or back up, I should say. Core 1M. Okay, that's at 1040. What's VIX doing right now? VIX bouncing a little bit. It's back to 18 and change. Coinbase, the Bitcoin stocks are moving higher. Strategy. All right, off the lows. I like an idea of a long from down here. BITX 2 times Bitcoin. Let's see. Cisco. Okay, inside day, Cisco trying to get back to the highs. This is trending 921.50, 200-day up and to the right. Okay, Cisco looks good. S&P pulled back. A little bounce. So it's not going to go without being a little choppy, it looks like today. Inside day, S&P. Okay, Tesla, nice little bounce. It was up there at the highs. Okay, Intel looks okay. Snowflake, Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom, swing lows right there. Broadcom moving higher. Okay, that looks good. Apple just off the highs. All right, stocks are just taking a break at the moment. New York FANG components look good. Let's take a look at the S&P. Why don't we, while we're at it? S&P equal weight index. Okay, so we're about a third into Friday's price action. Number of stocks above the 20-day, that's starting to flag now. Number of stocks above the 50-day, starting to rise. So some of the stocks that made it back above the 20-day are just kind of just sitting here at the moment, while the stocks are still making headway. So these are already above the 20-day. the stocks above the 50-day is starting to gain some headway, moving higher. So that looks good. S&P, let's see. Let's take a, I don't know, generic stock like, say, GE. GE. It's above the 50-day, above the 9 and 21 day. What's some other ones like Walmart? Walmart back above the 20-day. 50 days overhead. So you can see what's going on here. All right. So the number of stocks above the 20-day, while it's not moving a lot, many stocks moved back above the 20-day last week. If you just remove Friday and take a look at a lot of stocks that have bounced, there's potential for them to move all the way back to the 50-day, like Walmart, which is what we're looking for here. Costco, another one, trying to get above the 20-day. It is above the 20-day. Okay, 50 days overhead. So that makes a lot of sense when you look at it that way. Let's look at the let's look at the ARCA Institutional Index. This is telling you what institutions might be thinking. Where are you? Where is XII? S&P, yeah. XII. There you are. Okay, XII. All right, so this is a red stick, but a little bit higher, and we could be a green stick or a blue stick, elder stick. So the stocks that institutions hold in their core portfolios, there's 75 of them in this index. So this would be a good area for it to bounce, actually. So if we bounce here, this would be a good location to reference right here at these lows where we bounced before. Could be a head and shoulders top forming, so a little bounce back to 4,000 and it rolls over again. That's possible. Okay, so we'll be mindful of that. Junk bonds, we want to keep an eye on junk bonds. That gives us a measure of risk on or risk appetite. Also, IWM, risk appetite, if that's bouncing, it is. That looks good. Additional, IBB, biotechs, risky asset class, XBI. So this one's not, that's neutral to slightly bearish. But Bitcoin is catching a bid. So this is a risky asset class as well. All right, this is turning the corner. Moved higher on Sunday. Today, Monday, we're following through. Saturday, Friday, Saturday, we put in wicks. Sunday, follow through. Monday, looks good. Okay, I'm just looking around at all these screens, these different stocks. Looks good. The markets are looking okay. So the number of stocks above the 20-day, that's important. Okay. Number of stocks above the 20-day. What I just showed you. Many stocks have already moved back above the 20-day and have potential to move back above or test the 50-day, like we just showed you with Walmart as an example. Costco, same thing. So making progress, moving above the 20-day, now the 50-day. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla back above the 20-day? No, it's above the 50-day. What about Amazon? Amazon, not above the 50-day. So these are stocks that could get back above the 50-day. So that would turn that indicator. Meta, okay, no. Apple, yes, it's above the 20-day and the 50-day. Marvell, yes, above all the moving averages. So obviously, a lot of people, including myself, are a little skeptical about chips the way they acted on Friday. However, you have to consider the fact that they're back above the highs from Friday. So this has got to confuse a lot of people. The way I would read this is that institutions, they don't react with knee-jerk reactions, right? Yes, calls were expensive, but that pullback on Friday helped resolve some of that concern. So many of these stocks are back above Friday's high. That's pretty cool. Micron, Intel, okay. Intel, Micron, On Semiconductor, What's Melly doing? Mercado Libre? No. Amazon? Nope. Okay. LRCX COHR, back above the 20 and the 50-day trending, coherent. A lot of the I'm here. Sorry, I just saw you.
So there's clearly a lot of enthusiasm, and I'm sure much of it's justified, but there's some I'm sure that has to get ahead of itself as well, because the United States has just signed a ton of cash, which pretty much we know is going to be the case, and because it's going to be, it's still going to take a lot of time to build all these things.
Yeah, you know, that's a great point. Certainly, we are seeing the early stages of the main economy. Certainly, machines, we're very, very excited about. It's been our top pick for most of the year. We're looking at the early stages of our IoT now we're talking about the very disruptive.
All right. Intel looks like it's going to go again. Intel, watch Intel. So there's a lot of stocks that are above the 20-day that still have potential to get to the 50-day. And we're looking at those like SNDK. What is that doing? All right, that's back to Friday's high. SNDK, what about Western Digital? Western Digital, okay. Empower, MPWR, looks good. Skyworks, SWKS. I haven't seen that one in a while. I haven't seen this one in a while. This actually looks like a pretty good setup. Buyers stepped up at the low of the day, 21 day, 50 day, 50 day, 200-day cross. That's good. Has management changed anything? Skyworks, anybody been following Skyworks? SWKS. SWKS. Okay. So they beat. They report again in August. They reported on May 5th. Let's see, 2.7%. Not that great as far as earnings. I mean, Zscaler, for example, Zscaler has 30%, 30% earnings growth. Let's see some of these here. IBD 50, HNGE. These are from the IBD 50 on the watch list. HNGE. Health, okay, trending. Abbott Labs from the watch list. Abbott Labs. These were all looking good last week. Okay, a little consolidation. Cardinal Health, CAH. All right, these look good. United Health. All right, these are continuing. United Health, Humana. Okay, all of those look good. Healthcare.
So, for example, with Rocket Labs, they're making a big bet on their neutron rocket, which is expected to only see its first launch in the fourth quarter this year after heavy investment over several years. We believe that 2030
Looking good, looking good.
neutron launches, then that's the 8 years on average valuation. But
of AST Space Mobile, they won't really get to commercialization under our estimates until mid-2027. You have to kind of look out to 2029 when they have a decent amount of subscribers, we believe, that can be aggregate evaluation there on 2029. All right, Greg, good stuff. Appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Greg Bendy, Director and Equity Analyst at Clear Street. Thanks, like our Google Studio. Trying to get a little bit smarter about this space economy because SpaceX is still the prices mega IPO Thursday after close in trading and
And of course, for those investors who can't get access to SpaceX and want it, there are a world of other companies that they could potentially invest in. We named a couple of them: AFT Space Mobile, Intuitive Machines, Planet Labs, Rocket Lab USA. So you have your pick.
the value spectrum, you need to know how to value spectrum.
GLXY.
So invested in cellular telephones in the past, companies are trying to get a handle on that as well. So there's a lot of moving parts on SpaceX. We'll stay on top of that story.
Yeah, Andrew, I hate to say this, but my mother-in-law, I don't get along with my mother-in-law. So yeah, I would have gone to breakfast with my son. No big deal. We do stuff together all the time. So I spend a lot of time with my son as it is. You know, we go shooting at the gun range, um, fishing. I don't do a lot of fishing, but we do some of that. Um, do a lot of walking on the beach, just chatting about life in general. Yeah, I don't get along with my mother-in-law. My brother-in-law and I both don't get along with her. She's Russian, and she's got something to say about everybody. So let them do their thing. Let them enjoy breakfast without me and Brian. Yeah. Yeah, I'm already in, Master Chief. What are you trading? What do you have on Netflix? Nvidia. Nvidia looks good. Mm. What's going on with Pulse? It's not talking, right? Pulse.
President Trump called Mark Lynch a lunatic. It's not hard to see why. Lunatic Lynch wants to decriminalize cocaine and defund federal law enforcement. That means no FBI, no U.S. Marshals, no DEA. Mark Lynch, dangerous lunatic.
I'm Lindsey Graham. Gavin was my oldest of my sons. Gavin was a victim of online extortion. Someone pretended to be a girl at a neighboring college. He jumped off video games at midnight to tell his friends, I'm going to chat with this girl. About 1:40 a.m., Gavin walked into our bathroom in the hallway and shot himself. And the first time I met the Senator Graham.
All right. So all of the healthcare stocks on the watch list look good. Yep. Yep. Got to keep your sanity. Absolutely right. All right. So looking at the watch list, quite a few stocks here looking good. Let's see. GE, we talked about. That's one Brother Bill likes. We'll put that on the watch list. Coca-Cola. Okay. Another stock, Kenvue, KNVU. KVUE, rather. KVUE. No, inside day. Nothing right now. Marriott, the hotels look good. All right. Doji at the highs from Friday. Marriott, Altria, Philip Morris, used to be Philip Morris, NC, NC, NACO Industries, that's following through. NACO. NACO, what do they do again? I forget. Something important, though. I remember that. OSCR. Oscar Health breaking out. Another one. Oscar Health breaking out. Breaking out. ABAT. American Battery. Yeah, a lot of these battery companies. There's a new sodium lithium variant that they're testing right now. Um, yeah, there's another one. ABAT, American Battery Technology, looks good. Let's look at the weekly. Weekly ABAT. Uh, pu- 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 pu. All right, S&P. What are you doing to me, S&P? All right, just chopping around. Broadcom back down. S&P 500. All right, chopping around as well. Okay, it looks like stocks are just trying to find their way right now. See if we get any kind of follow through. It's still a doji on the daily, so this is sketchy for the indices. We need a catalyst to push this higher. I think there's more catalysts for this to move lower than higher. So if like I was saying earlier, I'd be taking profits and reducing my exposure. And
For our listeners in the US, we remind everyone, access to its own global farming businesses. S&P's up 56 points, that's 0.8%. NASDAQ 350 trash up 1.4%. Looking at the bond market, up a couple of basis points on your 10-year, 4.55%. WTI crude oil beats up on down. $93. Tom Jeffrey side for Bitcoin up 3%.
okay, they just, I don't know. I don't sense like there's a lot of energy in the market right now. Let's see what some of these other ones look like Texas Instruments. Kind of doesn't make any sense, really. I mean, we're up and we're down. A lot of these chips getting smacked around. LRCX. I mean, I still want to trade. I just don't want to do it with such big size. I don't want to do 1,000 shares. I'll do a couple of hundred shares maybe. What is CBRX doing right now? CBRX. Okay, that's still going here. CBRS. CBRS. Okay, 60-minute. Okay, that's definitely changed direction. Now, if you're thinking about buying a position in Cerebras, my suggestion would be wait for it to drift a little bit lower. Most likely it'll drift a little lower. The moving averages are going to catch up, and then it's going to make its next pivot. It's going to make a pivot low and then a pivot high, and it's just going to be on its merry way. It's going to be a flip of what we're seeing right here. So if I reverse this, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for this. We're looking for this turn right here. Okay, we're turning up above the 20 MA, and we're just looking for it to start, higher highs, higher lows, occasionally meandering, consolidating, and then continuing along its way. This stock, I would hold it. I'm going to hold this position probably, I don't know, maybe a couple of years. Remember when we first bought NVIDIA, it was trading at $33 per share. That was back in March of 2016. So if Cerebras does anything like NVIDIA or Tesla for that matter, when Tesla was $40 per share, Tesla was $40 per share at one point. And lower, of course. Okay. But back here in 2016, when we first got into this, 10 years ago, it's hard to believe it's been 10 years ago. This was split adjusted, obviously. Split adjusted. March 2016 is when we bought NVIDIA. So this should do good.
I was actually in Bar Harbor and the Elder Valley over the weekend. He was basically saying, the state of Maine has had my back, as I go walking down my path, and as every single piece of that path is journey to his words was that get dug up, litigated, and death. Okay, so NVIDIA, yeah, good job on NVIDIA.
S&P, Doji, we could just stay like this. Let me go see what up-down volume looks like. Up-down volume. Survey says. You can feel the energy is kind of slowed down. All right, it's still 4-to-1 up volume. Still 4-to-1 up volume. Okay.
Target is recalling Up and Up fragrance free and Up and Up fresh cucumber scented.
4-to-1.
Bacterial contamination. That's Chuck Stevenson, ABC.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthews.
They're buying the dip on books for Iran. Where have we seen this movie before? Welcome to the Monday edition. As we open the week with this familiar feeling, even after Iran and Israel exchanged fire overnight, Iran though says it's done. The S&P 500, NASDAQ are back on the upside today. We're going to get the latest from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who's live at the White House with analysis from our political analyst, Rick Davis. Intelligence that the House takes up reconciliation today. Will they vote on it tonight? We'll talk to Nathan in just a moment after we start with Wall Street markets on the rise, as we mentioned, and Charlie Pellet has the latest from World Headquarters in New York.
Also, we're seeing a tech rebound today. S&P 500 index up 0.8%. NASDAQ right now up 1.4%. Dow higher.
Price actions ruling right now. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go some more. Good job there, David. I know that you bought some NVIDIA this morning. Oracle. Okay, I'd love to see Oracle make, now that it's made a pivot low, looking for Oracle to make another pivot high beyond last week's highs that we put in on Monday, Tuesday. So that looks good. All right. Intel looks like it wants to try to do something here. Intel back up to the highs again. All right. Keeps making higher lows. Higher lows. Okay. So we had lower highs there for a bit, and we just broke above that. Let's see if this follows through it all. Intel. Or if it falls back into this range. Looks like it's going to fall back into the range. Feels like the energy is sapped out of the markets for now. So Intel looks good. Intel. All right.
First thing I do every day is I look at the app and I go to Daybreak, DAYB, go, and there I see futures are falling because Iran and Israel are shooting at each other. Oil's on the rise.
Oh, shut up. God, you're annoying. This dude, I don't know.
But then over the course of a couple of hours, everything changed.
Mute. Thank you.
The President of the United States
Oh, it's
changed social media.
got another a speaker on there. Let me switch channels here. Let me switch channels. It's 12 o'clock. I want to see what they have to say over at CNBC.
The Apple, the new Apple, there's this action button, Scott, and you push the action button. I have Gemini there right now. It opens up and you just talk to it. But right now, it can't do anything inside of your phone. But when you think about who the AI winners are, you want to start with enterprise and you want to start with consumer. Without a doubt, Apple is the consumer winner. Every year, every week, we get how much Apple we spend on our phone. Well, everyone's usage is going up because they're on their phone more doing different AI buckets. And so I just think this is their technology to win. We don't want an OpenAI phone. We don't want a Meta phone. We're happy with our Apple phone, and I think it's going to continue to get stronger. And they have this huge moat. And so I just think that the skepticism is healthy, but I do think there's such good upside potential because really you just need to unlock Gemini so we can go into our phones and we can actually have it do things. And we already have the action button that you just sit there and just very easily talk across. I will say the one risk though is for all of these apps that are advertised based. If Apple executes, those apps are going to be, I think, in a host of trouble because we aren't going to go have to suffer through those ads because we're going to go directly to where we need using that action button that they have on the new phones right now.
I saw you, Dan, shaking your head in agreement, nodding your head in agreement, in a lot of what Brent was talking about.
I think Brent hit on an extremely important point. In terms of OpenAI, trying to do the hardware, they're going down the phone. There's a better chance maybe than that really just makes sense. So from a hardware, think about what Zuckerberg's done on Meta. Minimal strategy in terms of.
Okay, Tesla's trying to go. Watch Tesla.
They have the 1.5 million iPhones.
Tesla also trying to go. Some of you are long Tesla, or Tesla's trying to go. Got a long way to go to take back Friday's drop.
Alex Kantrowitz, where do you come down? You've heard I've mentioned commentary from other analysts. There's obviously a lot of optimism in the universe around Apple and whatever the strategy is going to be rolled out as today, but there's some skepticism too.
That's right. Well, the optimism, I would say, stems in part from the fact that the iPhone 17 is a powerhouse. It's the best-selling iPhone the company has ever had. I think that's what's propelling much of the stock growth. So the company's coming into today from a position of strength, whereas previously iPhone sales were kind of hovering, somewhat stagnant. Now it's coming in with a powerhouse product, and ultimately Apple still is an iPhone company. Now, on the AI side, there are some good signs. As it comes in from this position of strength, you're seeing Apple approach this as a much more humble company. It doesn't have to do all the AI development by itself. It's bringing in models like Gemini, like Claude, like ChatGPT, in functions like INTC, Search or Ask, which is going to be available, according to reports, by April down from the center screen. So it's going to use other models.
All right, they keep talking Apple. Coming back up here, Apple.
Where consumer AI still isn't a defined category. I mean, the best that you have is ChatGPT right now, 900 million, a billion users. That's pivoting to more enterprise use cases. Consumer AI is wide open. So these are good signs for Apple. And again, the question is going to come to execution. Can the company take the vision that it's going to show today and actually turn it into product success in a way that we haven't seen in the past few years?
Mac, I feel like AK made a really, really great point where he points out that the upgrade cycle has been really strong for Apple, and you've heard about it over the last year or so with the latest iPhone. So they do come in at a point of strength rather than point of weakness, where we're not saying, so when is this long-awaited upgrade cycle actually going to happen? Well, it's been happening.
And part of that is just this resurgence in growth in China. It's 2 quarters ago, 38% year-over-year growth, 28% last quarter. They're now neck and neck with Huawei in the Chinese market. They're second most important after the U.S. Reportedly going to bring out a foldable phone later in the year that sells very well in China. So from a hardware perspective, they are winning going into WWDC. And then on top of that, if you have these new agentic features that come out, Apple is big into hardware gaming, so potentially having to pull forward that upgrade cycle in order to tier themselves into these new capabilities that will be rolled out. Another point that AK just brought up was the fact that consumer AI is wide open. You got the frontier labs like OpenAI and Anthropic gearing up to go public, which means being as profitable, or at least looking to be on a path to profitability, which comes from the enterprise buyer, not from the consumer. And so you've got Google and Apple that have this data flywheel that's unmatched, and what Apple has and can't match is iMessage, and that's a huge advantage for them.
Jimmy, maybe the wild card in this story about the stock is the valuation. It's above the historical average and probably by a lot at this point. And that has prohibited some of your committee members from buying the stock. They just can't get their arms around why Apple deserves to trade at the premium that it does. How would you address that? It's near 34 and a half times forward.
Yeah, I think there's always this tension between the fundamental analysis, which I agree it is expensive, and then on the other hand, listening to what the market is telling you as it does nothing but go up over the last several quarters. Scott, I think the way to play that as a portfolio manager, many people agree with me, and we've talked about it on the show, have a core position and have a trading position. My core position goes back to 2013. That's a $15 cost basis. That's unlikely that I will ever sell that. The trading position goes back about a year ago, post-Liberation Day, at $190 a share. Now, I will tell you, my squaring the circle with regards to valuation is that if the momentum gives out for any reason, if all of the praises that we've just heard about what may come today doesn't come to fruition, then it gives me an opportunity to at least reduce or maybe take out the trading position entirely. What you're hearing from me is somebody who has a market weight in the stock, but is a little skeptical, both because of the valuation that you mentioned, 34 times earnings, 3.5 times net ratio, and also a question after 2 years.
All right, futures starting to turn back up. Futures, let's see what this looks like. Hedge flows are still rising.
Market's been going up for the stock, so I'm happy, but I am skeptical.
Joe, you have to be fully comfortable with where the stock's trading, quite obviously. If, as we put the wall back up, this stock's been richly valued for a while now, and you continue to buy it. The wall that we made documents exactly along the way where you have continued to buy it. So do you not have any concerns at all about the valuation of shares?
Don't have concern about the valuation. I don't see today as a make or break moment. If in fact today they don't deliver on exactly all these high expectations that myself and others have, and the stock would fall, I think that the investor base will do what it has done over the last 2 years. Give it the benefit of the doubt. Be patient, because ultimately they will deliver. They will give you the tangible AI product, and it'll go directly in the hands of the consumer. And guess what? They're not spending what the other hyperscalers are to deliver that. So I foresee that they will deliver today. I also have been building this position, as I said, because I think people from a position standpoint have walked away. And I also believe that the revenue growth acceleration, in particular as it relates to China, is critically important. And that affords you the time to allow them to ultimately deliver on this tangible AI strategy. So today's not the right moment, I don't think.
I want to take the other side of that, because I feel, I'll bring Dan Ives back in. I feel like this very much is a make or break moment. Waited 2 years. People are frustrated with the delays. You use the word disappointment. The stock has added a tremendous amount of value since last year. We're at basically record high levels now. Do you think it's a make or break moment?
Make or break, but I think we've been here the last few years where there was excitement that now was opening and everything for the funds. Last year sort of shrugged shoulders. There's a reason the funds get in. And now you look at it, China in a much better position than it was even a year ago, 2 years ago. Cook 10% politician, 90% CEO. Now you're going to have a product. You combine it with the AI strategy. I think that's why we'll be sitting here at Apple after
Well, we'll talk more about the baton pass. As you say, what could really happen on the stage today here? Tim Cook and John Turnus there together. Is there a baton pass? It is a unique opportunity for those two gentlemen to be publicly together. So we will revisit that for sure. Mac, we'll see you at the end of our program as we walk right up to the beginning of this. Dan Ives is going to stick around. AK, I'll come back to you though on the notion of taking the other side of what Joe was saying, that he doesn't see this as a make or break. Investors will just continue to give them the benefit of the doubt. Ives says no way that that's the case. What say you?
I think if there was a competing AI device, then it would be make or break. OpenAI, for instance,
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. Holy smokes, there goes NVIDIA. Nice trade there, David. Nice trade. NVIDIA.
in Apple's history. The thing is, the technology has taken a bit longer to develop than a lot of people anticipated a few years ago. It seemed like this AI device was right around the corner. Now it looks like it might be another year or two away. So Apple definitely ought to get its act together when it comes to artificial intelligence. This is going to be a battle that is going to need to fight and fight well. But in terms of make or break,
There goes Tesla. Tesla popping.
right now I'm just looking for some progress, and hopefully Apple shows us that.
Let's take a look at the NASDAQ in general today, guys, too. I do want to touch on the broader market and the fact that the tech trade's getting a nice bounce.
Okay.
What happened on Thursday and Friday was just downright
Apple.
the names that had led the NASDAQ lower are rebounding significantly today. I'm talking about the chip names, specifically the memory stocks. We can cycle through a bunch of those. Jensen Huang said over the weekend that the sell-off
Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Oh, I've been on mute all this time? Shoot.
You've got these U.S. equity levered ETF assets, which have reached an all-time high of more than $175 billion.
Okay, so Apple just got rejected.
As well as semiconductors. BNP Paribas believes it's not a coincidence that the Nasdaq's worst day in over a year last Friday came a week before the biggest IPO of all time, and it may continue. The firm says, quote, selling flows in recent winners and levered products from retail to invest in SpaceX could be very large, according to BNP Paribas.
Okay, Poet.
That retail plus passive flows into the IPO could be about $50 billion.
Yeah, it looks like it's holding this area, Fran. I like it. RSI, everything's about to turn. Okay, what kind of Poet? What type of earnings? What kind of earnings are we looking forward to? Earnings. Ooh. It's a technical setup, not so much a earnings setup. Fundamentals. All right, S&P pulling back a little bit right now. S&P. Stocks pulling back a bit. Tesla pulling back from the high.
Alex, how do you think about this IPO as it's about to come to market? How you think it may perform on Friday, which is going to be a really exciting day?
Yeah, I think the valuation is definitely out of sync with reality. It's way too high, but I don't think that's going to be a problem for SpaceX. I think when you look at the hunger from retail to get into anything with momentum, joining Elon Musk's rocket company is about as good as it gets. So I expect them to have a very successful day on Friday, and I think that this stock is going to have a big pop at the very beginning.
Bryn, how are you thinking about it? Going to buy some?
Well, we already own it in quite a few funds, but I thought it was interesting. I saw over the weekend, Ron Barron, he's taking down $1 billion at IPO price to go into his funds. So, the long-term investors continue to stay in. I agree with Alex. I mean, on every metric, the valuation is insane. It will IPO 30% more than Meta's valuation. And so, that being said, there's a lot of excitement. It'll be historical. I do think between Google's raise of $85 billion, now this, if Meta does the same, we'll see. I mean, this is historical to have all of this happening at once. What type of indigestion? But I definitely think part of Friday, and also with crypto, is definitely people saying, I don't have to make it back the same way I lost it. I want to make some room for space. I can try to make some of that money back.
Tesla turning back up.
So it will definitely be
Intel looking for the follow through.
Plus 2 to 2.5 trillion, which is insane on Friday.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. As I said, we really can't wait just for the spectacle of the biggest IPO we've ever seen to hit the market, especially as we have some questions about parts of the tech trade, how it's received, some of the mechanics of positioning ahead of that, and then all of it to see how it plays out on that Friday. Let's get to Pippa Stevens now with a CNBC News update.
That's funny.
Hey, Scott, FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried has formally applied for a presidential pardon, according to the Justice Department's website. Bankman-Fried is currently serving a 25-year federal prison sentence for the multi-billion-dollar fraud and collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange. The DOJ clemency case status site says he is requesting a pardon after completion of sentence. Pope Leo called for migrants' rights and denounced sexual violence in the Catholic Church in a speech to Spanish Parliament this morning. The Pope's week-long visit to Spain will include a visit to the Canary Islands and a blessing of the new tower of the Sagrada Familia Basilica in Barcelona. It's the first papal visit to the country in 15 years. And Death of the Salesman, Schmigadoon, The Lost Boys, and Ragtime were the big winners at last night's Tony Awards, with Death of the Salesman taking home the most with 6 awards, including Best Play Revival. Best Musical went to Schmigadoon, and Best Play went to Liberation. Scott, back to you.
All right, Pippa, thank you. Pippa Stevens coming up next. Getting closer to the kickoff of Apple's
Intel.
INTC, but first,
Yeah, I like Intel.
We're at Apple Park, and we're back after this.
Yep. David, you saw the deal, right? Yeah, looking good. Intel's looking good.
in line going to the upside. That's really positive for a company like Apple because it means your data is supporting the move in the stock.
My only trepidation is the way the market sold off on Friday. You know, the possibility of another move lower in some of these stocks. I mean, they're back above Friday's high, so that's good. And Nvidia is fading here, so is Apple. That's good, but just the whole idea that non-farm payrolls could trigger the idea of a rate hike, and the markets pulled back as much as it did. We were overbought. Granted, last week would have been 10 weeks up without a break, so everybody was looking for a break. And a break we got. So inside week, the momentum feels like it's just going to pull back to the 10 EMA. So I'm going to wait a little bit longer for adding any like SPXL. What I'd like to do is go long SPXL once I have a good sense. I mean, we're between the 20-day and the 50-day. 50-day is down there below. RSI is trying to turn back up. It may turn out that we come back up, hit 289, double top, whatever. A head and shoulders top here, possibly. I'm just a little reluctant to put too much money back to work that we did so well in taking off the table over the last 3 to 4 weeks. So I'm not in a hurry. Not in a hurry right now. Just staying patient. It's good to see all of these tech stocks up, populating the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. It's good to see all them at the highs.
Andy, I was going to ask you, do they even need to do anything more on the AI front, given what demand looks like? But I guess why not? Because I am seeing a report from Bloomberg that we will probably hear about this today. Again, this is a report, new AirPods with built-in cameras, which I think is just like, wow, how do you even make that work? Or, I turn my head and I guess I'm filming you guys. But I guess how deep is the need for more AI features given like demand just looks so strong right now for Apple?
Yeah, I think that, what Apple has done has been very smart. They've kind of stayed back and waited. I think, there's probably some internal rumblings that they've waited too long, but now they can pick the right partner. I think that's going to be a really interesting story is which partner do they pick, as we head into the IPO of all these AI companies. But, I think that Apple does need to get on this train because what their customers expect is for the features that they currently have to go to an app or a website in order to do so. They have to go to ChatGPT or Claude in order to do these things. They want at least some of those features built in intelligently and for those to work in the native device itself. And so I think it's table stakes for Apple to have at least a competent AI offering in the device itself, and then allow their partners to build out the more extreme use cases inside the app ecosystem. So I think that's where Apple's going to go with this. And the other thing I'll say on that is, from a developer perspective, and again, this is the Worldwide Developer Conference, they need to get these developers,
S&P fading a bit more. So far, it looks like a doji. If we start to fade towards the evening session, that would not be a good sign for the short term. Intel fading from the high of the day. Apple fading from the high of the day at the present time. So what I'm thinking is if we can hold here in a doji, tight price action, that would be good. We can see what net open interest looks like. Net OI, 7,400 is a major support level. Looks like we're going to fade back to that level at this point. Maybe we bounce. We'll see. You can see hedge flow line, though, came back down. So that's starting to taper off. The buying has subsided. There's no follow through at the moment. Consequently, the S&P is pulling back a bit. Most stocks are doing the same. Oh boy. Bitcoin off the highs of the day as well. So most stocks hit the highs of the day. It's not unusual this time of day to see this. See an ABCD pattern this time of day. It's not the end of the world. Just looking for a B and C. Not a complete fade. We have a doji on the daily. On the right, S&P.
There's always excitement going into the Worldwide Developers Conference. Sometimes they get excited about what comes out, but often there's a little bit of disappointment in some of it. Now, every single time is different, and they could really come in with a splash if they start talking about the new power of Siri and an upgraded agentic version of.
Let's see what Charlie Pellet has to say.
All of this with a VIX holding above 18, a 10-year at 4.55%, the 2-year 4.15%, and the 30-year 5.02%. Gold is up 0.3%, 43.42 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil 91.24 a barrel. Brent crude 94.40, up by 1.4%. And Bitcoin, meanwhile, up 3%, 63,600 Bitcoin. Data due on Wednesday is expected to show inflation back above 4% for the first time since the spring of 2023. Airlines, meanwhile, do provide an excellent glimpse into the global health of the economy. Also in the United States, and Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz caught up with Southwest Airlines Chief Operating Officer Andrew Watterson at the IATA annual general meeting in Rio de Janeiro.
March saw a big inflection upwards, and so March, even though the war was kind of hot and heavy at that point, we saw a big acceleration of business and leisure travel demand. So the U.S. economy is roaring, it seems to us.
Southwest Chief Operating Officer Andrew Watterson. Airline stocks, however, sputtering today. Case in point, Southwest down 0.7%, Delta down 0.8%, UAL down 0.2%. American, however, is advancing by just about 1.4%. Sources tell Bloomberg Airbus has been notifying some customers of delays on A320 Neo series jets. Stocks higher than S&P.
All right.
I know everybody wants to say on the way up, it's all about earnings revisions and it's fundamentals and capex spend, and on the way down, it's just positioning. But I mean, you only know how crowded the positions are once they get fully flushed. So the S&P's bounce at the highs today never even got back to a 20-day average. That's the dead cat bounce level. That often is all you get if it's going to just be a reflex move. So keep an eye on that. I think it's fine that, cyclical areas of the market are hanging in there. They weren't the source of the excess on the way up. So I do think you have to be vigilant about it. A lot of the macro questions raised by the jobs number on Friday. Do we have to brace for the possibility of an overheat and a Fed response accordingly? Was the jobs number a little more of a head fake, or we're going to have to, brace for another lull in growth? I think a lot of those things are still in the mix as we still wait for the IPO supply as well.
All right, you asked some important questions. We have to wait for the answers. Mike, thank you. We'll see you a little bit later this afternoon. That's Mike Santoli, 15 minutes or so away until Apple CEO, he is still the CEO, Tim Cook. He kicks off his final.
All right, Tesla's at the high right now. Tesla.
Going to take a look at his legacy next.
Tesla back to the highs. Got a long way to go just to get back to those highs from last week. Long way to go. But it did bounce at the 50 days, so that's a good sign. 200 days right overhead. And we continue to diddle with the high of the day. Okay, so we'll see what we do here. Tesla. Apple Tim Cook is going to be on. He's leaving. He'll be talking here shortly. What are we doing? Okay, what are we going to do? S&P is trying to bounce. NVIDIA looks like it wants to bounce. Tesla's at the high. Apple, Tim Cook will be on here shortly. That might get some energy there. S&P, we need the weighted index to turn back up. Weighted signal, I should say. Most stocks are just kind of meandering after hitting the high of the day. There he is.
Good morning. This is my first product launch since being named CEO. I'm sure you didn't know that. It is a pleasure to host you today. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
All right, we get it. Good morning.
Nothing makes us happier than to see hundreds of thousands of developers around the world using our hardware and our software to create and share their latest, greatest ideas. We have passed the 250 million unit sales mark. Apple Silicon will bring amazing technologies. Now let's talk about Apple Watch. I'm going to dispense with my normal updates other than to tell you everything's going great. We do have one more thing.
is so cool. F1, baby. Yes, F1, baby. We've got a big week ahead of us. Let's go have a great WWDC.
All right, Tim Cook through the years presiding.
Watching Tesla here, trying to push a bit higher. Sorry, wrong symbol. Tesla. All right, looking for a push through this area. Tesla. S&P is trying to bounce.
Especially given the things that we've talked about over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's going to be weird to be at WWDC or watch WWDC and not hear those good morning welcomes that Cook has been giving through the years. I mean, ultimately, when you look back at his tenure as CEO, remarkable stuff. He started out with the company at a $350 billion market cap, is now at $4.6 trillion. So I think he's handing the company over to John Turnus at the perfect time. He's been a great CEO that's really leaned into his strengths in operations to make his products faster, make the battery last longer, the cameras more powerful, and keep ahead of the competition, especially when it comes to the phone and the computer. But now we are going to a moment where computing may be shifting, where there's a new paradigm.
Lilly at highs. Lily's at the highs.
We're going to hear a lot about it.
Okay. Marvell STX. STX.
The company in position to factor in the AI conversation. And if you're going to leave, you probably want to leave
Seagate.
at the point where you're at the beginning
It's
of
trending.
rather than somewhere
Walmart. What's Walmart do? Walmart. Okay, just off the highs. Still consolidating. Costco.
but I don't think the stakes are tremendously
All right.
high given, again, where the company is today.
What's CrowdStrike doing? CrowdStrike, CRWD, CrowdStrike, pull back, Zscaler, pull back, PANW, Palo Alto.
Business in this country, what Tim Cook has done here.
I mean, look, he's a Hall of Famer, Mount Rushmore. I mean, when you come at CEOs, not just American, companies, but global. And what Cook's done in China, in terms of the political angle, the supply chain taking over, of course, for jobs, the legend. I mean, look, the reality is we are talking a historic period that he had as CEO, but he's handing the baton off at a great time. And I think when you look at that, we're not here if it's not for Cook relative to the success and what he built.
He wants to leave, though, as I sort of alluded to with AK, at least in the CEO role, with something tangible to look back on and say, this is going to be part of my legacy as well. Whatever this company's AI strategy is going to be and how successful it proves to be in the future, he wants to put his mark on that. That's why this is so important today as well, given it's his last. He doesn't want their AI ambitions hanging out there any longer. He wants to help shape it.
He's a tactician. And the reason that they're handing the baton to Turnus now, there's a reason. We'll see it here in a few minutes. And when you look at the 1.5 billion iPhones, that's not there if it's not for Cook. And look at what he's done in terms of just the build out of the ecosystem, of services, of the supply chain, and China. And I also think Cook will be spending a lot of time in China just getting that political tightrope to keep up. They are not
Tesla. Okay, can we get through this area? Tesla just.
Well, this stock price made a lot of people rich.
I would think it would pop.
200% that stock is up under Tim Cook's tenure here at Apple. We're moments away from his final WWDC. We're back after this.
Okay. It's really funny to watch Bloomberg and the rest of them talking about Iran, Israel, and Trump, of course. I mean, this has been going on for what, 4 months now? 4 months, and they just keep flip-flopping back and forth, being taken aback or whatever. I don't know. It just seems kind of ludicrous. No change. No change in that. Okay. Nothing's changed over there. Focus on stocks instead.
Material, I mean, the reality is, he's already declaring this to be something that isn't gonna happen, probably buttoned up and signed and sealed and delivered before the end of the year, and that's if they meet some of these milestones. Yesterday was a big setback for these milestones, as long as there's shooting going on, it's gonna be awful hard to get an agreement. And I think part of what we learned too is, we're now, sort of dealing with the IRGC, the military in Iran. The president resigned, not exactly sure what the condition of the Ayatollah is. And the person who said that we were going to stop shooting and cease fire was the head of the IRGC, not any civilian government.
Tesla, what are you going to do? All right. I don't think we're going to get through this, but
The president demanded an end to the fighting this morning, as I mentioned, Gene. It was an interesting sequence.
ooh, I got to go check my lunch. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Fighting with each other. How is the United States helping to fight this?
Yeah, I don't think we know. It's such a good question, and I don't think we know yet, because I think the problem for Donald Trump is almost an intractable problem. Iran is saying we will strike a peace agreement with you if it includes the entire region, if you control Israel. Now, how can Donald Trump control Israel? It has to do with arms sales.
We're just moments away from WWDC 26 kicking off here at Apple Park in Cupertino, California. The stock up another 2% today, just shy of another all-time high. We are back right after this.
74% of banking customers prefer to interact with humans rather than chatbots or routine tasks. That's because many banks have deployed multiple AI agents that don't speak to one another, producing a disjointed customer experience. According to IBM research, customers are 20% more likely to move their money to a bank that delivers higher quality customer service at a time when replacing the customer costs more than keeping them. To truly understand the customer's full banking relationship, banks must connect their agentic AI so agents can collaborate autonomously across the enterprise. That's how AI becomes a competitive advantage, not a customer liability.
See, I like it. LCMH.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money. Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
President Trump called Mark Lynch a lunatic. It's not hard to see why. Lunatic Lynch wants to decriminalize cocaine and defund federal law enforcement. That means no FBI, no U.S. Marshals, no DEA. Mark Lynch, dangerous lunatic.
Hey Gemini, what flowers say my bad without a reward?
Try adding white tulips. They symbolize forgiveness.
Tulips. Definitely more tulips.
Hello, Moto. You've been here before, dreaming of a space that finally feels like yours. It's more than just a remodel. It's a transition. This textures you feel, for the peace of mind.
We have a big and important interview to tell you about tomorrow. The Live Golf CEO, Scott O'Neill, will be live 12:30 or so on the halftime report.
Tesla breaking out.
It's an exclusive interview. The future of his tour is very much in question. Some might say very much in doubt. He thinks he has a plan to save it. We will talk to him tomorrow. Scott O'Neill of Live Golf, the CEO, will join us tomorrow on halftime report. Tim Cook's on the stage. I can tell you that because we can hear him. He did his signature "Good morning, everyone." We'll follow it, of course, and then we'll have all the highlights coming up on Closing Bell a little bit later this afternoon. Final thoughts, Dan Ives.
A watershed moment for Apple and Cook, and I do not expect disappointment. Excitement.
Mac?
Instilling confidence in developers. This is battle royale to get them to build on Siri and not on Microsoft or OpenAI. They need to convince them that this agentic plan is going to work.
AK, Tim Cook, we said he's on the stage. Big applause. Not sure if it was a standing ovation or not because we couldn't see, but it sure sounded like it might have been. And he has the chance to deliver today in his last WWDC.
Yeah, we'll listen to the promises, but ultimately Apple has to execute. That's the bottom line.
Let's do final trades if we could. Joe, you have one?
Old Dominion.
All right, thank you. Farmer Jim.
ExxonMobil. It's going to be a long time before oil prices normalize.
And of course, NVIDIA's yours, Brent.
It is bouncing off the 50-day. Should go higher.
Okay, so we'll follow everything that happens today here at Apple Park. The stock Apple is up 2%. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you very much, Scott. Our coverage of the Apple event continues as it kicks off this hour. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Let's take a quick look at stocks, especially tech stocks, which are rebounding today as the tech trade bounces back. As we wait for outgoing CEO Tim Cook to take the stage one last time. Will it come with a much-needed wow factor on the AI front? Well, Apple shares haven't needed it. They've gained ground, going from worst to neck and neck for first with Google in the Mag 7 in terms of performance and size. Apple has even surpassed Google in market cap, adding $1.5 trillion since last year's, even if you called it disappointing, WWDC. But still, it's not winning the AI narrative. And with that, let's go live to Cupertino with Mackenzie Scalos, who won What's at Stake today. Mackenzie, we'll circle back in a moment. Let's start with the panel. And we just heard from Max, so that's fine. For our first panel, joining me now is Doug Clinton. He's the managing partner at Deepwater Asset Management. Mark Newman, senior analyst at Bernstein, and John Belton, growth equities portfolio manager at Gabelli Funds. John, kick things off for us. What are your expectations?
Well, thanks, Kelly. I think this is a pretty important WWDC. The last year was, I'd say, more of a transition year. This year, Tim Cook's last WWDC. I think they are going to lay out the new revamped Siri platform. We'll figure out if that really is a platform or just a feature. And I think they're going to lay out a vision for how they fit into the agentic AI era. That's kind of what I'm looking for from a high level.
But as a shareholder, I don't mean to say do you care, of course you care, but look at the performance as they've kind of sat on the sidelines watching everybody pouring money. Look at last week alone, $85 billion from Google, whatever Meta's going to end up doing to tap the markets in order to fund its build out. Apple's just sitting back.
It's working for them so far. I think, the market likes that Apple's kind of capital-light approach, take advantage of all that they've built, the distribution that they have across billions of users. They should be able to distribute AI technology to their users. I think that's the approach they've taken. They have been doing some things behind the scenes as well, but I think, the first era of AI, the generative AI era, I think kind of passed Apple by. I think the hope is that they really catch up during the agentic AI era.
Mark, you agree with that? How do you get to 350?
S&P pulling back.
I do. I think this capital light approach actually is the right approach.
S&P pulling back.
They're partnering with Google to the latest and greatest model. We're going to find out more about that today. But they're only spending $14 billion a year in capex versus these hyperscalers spending $200 billion of capex, and every year it's going up. But I think Apple's positioning is very strong. Being the leader in smartphones. I think no company is better positioned in the world than Apple for consumer AI if they get it right. And we're going to hear more today about that, about Gemini, powered Siri, and extensions framework. But I think if they get this right, they're going to have the right to win here in AI for consumers.
Did you see it's 14 billion or 40 a year market capex?
That's about $14 billion a year thereabouts per year for capex.
14, 1-4. That's why I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. Do you think that number would eventually rise or no?
It has been rising a little bit. You know, they are building more servers, they're adding more servers for their own data center, which we believe is actually part of the Apple Intelligence rollout. But also at iCloud, but Apple Intelligence rollout, we think that's part of it. But no, I mean, they're not doing any deep training like some of their competitors are. It has been going up, it can go a bit higher, but we're not talking about $100 billion.
Right, which is, again, kind of underpins the stock performance. Doug, what are your thoughts on that? And also on, I mean, this is a moment where we might get some hints about the leadership transition and the strategic direction.
I think it's an exciting new era for Tim Cook to hand off to John Turnus and bring in some new blood, to your point, Kelly. I think what's interesting about the setup right now, coming into WWDC, Apple, the stock has performed really well. A lot of times we talk about stocks, the bar is low or the bar is high. I actually think for WWDC and Apple right here, the bar is sort of like medium height. I don't think anybody expects Apple to blow us away with Siri because they just haven't done it in the past despite having multiple chances. But I do think there is optimism that we finally do get a Siri that is competitive. You know, at least it gets into our usage set with the OpenAI world, with the Claude, with the Geminis, and finally that might drive incremental device sales and incremental services revenue. So I think that explains why the stock moved. But it doesn't mean they really have to nail Siri. I think it can keep working as long as Siri is just good enough.
Right. John, jump in here.
Well, I mean, maybe I'll give you some alliteration. I think this is going to be all about silicon, software, and services. On the silicon front, we're going to learn where is Siri being powered? Where is the compute running? Is it running on the device? Is it running in Apple's cloud? Is it running in a third-party cloud like Google? Software, it's all about Siri. Is Siri a feature like it's been to date? Frankly, I've never really done much with Siri in my own life that I've been that impressed with. But does that change? Does Siri become sort of an agentic platform? And does that sort of transform, you know, the offering? And then finally, services, just talked about there. Does AI represent a big new vector for services growth for third-party developers to build on top of?
And do you need answers to all those questions now? I mean, do all those kind of point in the direction it's going?
Yeah.
This is the thing. It's not, if Apple shares were down 20, 30, 40% into this event, yeah, I can see that. But it's sort of like the shares like we're fine. Take your time.
Yeah.
They're grinding higher.
Intel.
It doesn't seem to be a real ask here.
I don't think those are questions that we're going to learn full answers to today. I think those are the questions for the company to address over the coming months. You know, today is going to be largely a software event. There's going to be more announcements on new hardware tomorrow. So there's still a lot to look forward to.
Tesla.
I think those are kind of the three foundations on which the platform is being built.
Yeah, Mark, I'm curious if you could kind of broaden this out a little bit. You know, talk about Apple, your 350.
Tesla again breaking a bit higher. Tesla.
How do they stack up for you against the rest of the Mag 7 or whatever we call them now? Who is their competition at this point?
Well, you know, I mean, if you look first at the Mag 7 stocks, you know, I think a lot of investors will say Apple's a bit out of favor.
Yes, but first we also need to go to the White House. There's plenty of news on that front to digest as well. As we mentioned, Israel and Iran have stopped firing at each other for now. We'll see how long that holds. It does, though, seem that is really the desire and the outcome that President Trump has pushed for. He's continually pushing for a deal with Iran, though the U.S. is still obviously maintaining its naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. This is all things that he discussed in the Meet the Press interview with Kristen Welker, reported on Friday, aired yesterday. Listen to what the president said.
We have the ultimate blockade. I don't consider that a war. My red line would be if I think I wasn't going to make a deal, or I wasn't going to make a deal fast enough. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now. We'll either have something done fairly quickly or we'll finish it out militarily.
So from where we go to Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent, live at the White House. So Tyler, I guess it becomes a question of fairly quickly. The president was pressed on the timeline and continually pointed back to wars of the past that lasted years. So where are we now a few months in? Well, Kaylee, at this point, we got a lot of fast-moving developments and headlines earlier this morning after what was considered to be the largest flare-up in fighting overnight since the ceasefire was announced back in April.
Apple. Apple's starting to pop up.
If they're from Pakistan's foreign minister earlier today, urging all sides to come to the table and negotiate Pakistan forces.
Apple popping back up to the highs. A lot of descending channel patterns. I'm noticing a lot of descending channels. Okay, Tesla popping. Tesla breaking out. Intel, descending channel on Intel. S&P 500.
It is an interesting development in all of this, considering that just last week the U.S. did help to broker a truce between Israel and Lebanon, but ultimately those terms were rejected by the Iranian-backed military group Hezbollah.
Tyler, thank you so much. Live from White House, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, as we have the voice of Heather Conley. With the American Enterprise Institute, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs in the George W. Bush administration. Heather, it's great to have you back. Thank you for joining us. I don't know how long we can keep this back and forth.
Rinse, lather, and repeat.
It's been incredible to see it unfold, even within the pre-market hours this morning, to go from the depths to now stocks moving higher on hopes for peace. The president's post on Truth Social, 5:36 a.m.
Low tick alert minus 800.
A low tick alert.
He signed it. President Donald J. Trump. Is that why they stopped?
Well, no. I mean, Iran.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Do politics. Let's talk about stocks. How about that?
This story just so interesting.
Yeah, it really has. And when you look at the response, clearly about an $8 billion. Associated with this, but also just the importance of expanding the partnership with a hyperscaler.
S&P is still dropping a bit.
Positive ultimately for Amazon. It certainly is that stocks under pressure today. You look at what Alphabet did last week with raising capital. Meta's talking about that. Both those stocks under pressure.
Okay, looking at the S&P and net open interest, there's a level right here at 7,400. We're coming down to that pretty quickly now. We're at 74.16, 74.16, 7,400 is a major level. Let's see if it's, let's see, 1 o'clock. Okay, so they're on at 1. Let me just go to that.
Are just so amazing to read about, as we did see that they reported specifically with overweight or obese female patients, they were able to reduce their body weight throughout all menopausal phases while still using the maximum dose of their Foundayo medication in 2 medical trials. So the first trial did show that these individuals dropped a maximum of 28 pounds over 72 weeks. During the second study that was focused on those with type 2 diabetes, patients in the same 3 psychological stages did shut up to, I mean, significant
Recording in progress.
Average, it's like 28.
You kind of just got to sit there and say, okay, like, let's see how this thing kind of rolls out. Market is rolling over a little bit here, but the hero signal is just not, it's just not. This is SPX hero, 0 DTEs down 1.8 billion. This thing can do 10 billion. You look at the total equity number, it's flat to higher for the single stocks. So that's not, a giant signal there. 4 billion total, but look at how much that is 0 DTE. So I just don't think today it just doesn't seem like the day that they're going to try to take this thing sharp, below 74. I don't quite see it there. Yeah, net OI cousin at 7,400. Non-zero DTE, there's a lot of positions there. Got your implied move low right there too. I think this is a market that is waiting to Look, it had the opportunity for follow through, I think, with the Iran situation and how just ugly that was. You know, Kospi opened down on the update, right? But that dip seemed to get bought as well. And I think Trump is just aware and he's jawboning this thing. The jawboning keeps working, and we open stable, and that's it.
Tesla
We're
going.
stable today and tomorrow doesn't mean this whole thing is over. But we're very much middle of the road, and I think that's the true to the event that we're running trade like the house. It's like there are times where we have that edge, like let me buy some of the cheapest puts we can get. IV rank of 10 on the spiders, right? When core 1M is below 8, like you got to wade those in, right? This is admittedly a bit different. So, Dr. James saying, why are we seeing such divergence in here between SP equities and S&P index? They don't always track each other, and this is like a day.
All right, Tesla pushing higher.
You look at this and you say, how much of this is
Tesla breaking out, moving higher.
or next expiration flow versus all expiration
It's
flow?
Brett from.
A lot of shorter.
This is Brett from Spot Gamma speaking. A members only meeting he has every Monday.
Well, we look at Mag 7. Mag 7 is 1.8 billion of that. So it's basically a Mag 7 kind of move. We can sort this. I know a lot of it is Tesla. Datadog, big inflows there. There's your Tesla, right? Tesla's having a really nice day. I was talking to our friends over at Trader Insight today about Tesla stock. I thought Tesla was going to rally to make big highs in the SpaceX thing. Tesla's like the one stock that didn't make all-time highs. So, as much as I want my flowers when I got something right, I do admit when, something just hasn't gone strongly the way I think it would go. But you look at Tesla now, I'm like regretting even opening my mouth about this, but look at the negative gamma here. So underneath 400, you have tons of positive gamma, right? And then over 400, you have negative gamma all the way up to 440, 450. So it feels like a stock that could run. It's leading today. It clearly doesn't like going below this certain level. All that being said, has been nothing but a pig over the last couple of weeks. Now, is it extra sensitive to rates going up and this and that and the other thing? I don't know. Is there like a weird SpaceX thing? Maybe, I don't know. But it has a lot of negative gains.
Tesla continues. So, Tesla continues.
I'll fight that one. Chili, what's up? I know you don't like theorizing. I mean, I'll throw ideas out there all the time. You're trying to understand what some are explaining about the market being used as a primary liquidity credit source. You heard that banks are allowed to hold more treasuries now to make up for lost demand. Rising stock price can outpace treasuries as collateral. Well, Chili, that is super deep outside my realm of expertise. Banks being allowed to hold more treasuries now to make up for lost demand sounds like a situation where they're doing everything they can to keep rates down, and so they want to find more places to store treasuries. And then the idea that stock prices can outpace treasuries as collateral. I mean, we have these record high stock prices, and that those values are just sort of growing. So I think it depends on where you look in terms of the collateral. I don't think the collateral for stocks is on a percentage basis as good as treasuries. But the conspiratorial side of me, and I'm talking out of my rear here, is they're letting banks hold more treasuries simply because they need places to stuff treasuries. That's my guess. Chris, in term structure, can you explain why Google forward IV for 618 was around 31, while Google for the same date was about 46? Why is the forward implied vol so different? My mind goes to the forward implied vol just jumped quite a bit there, didn't it? So the question is about Google versus GOOG, the two classes here of shares. And that indeed does look quite a bit different. The liquidity, I want to say that the liquidity in the, I mean, these are very different curves, aren't they? The thing that I'm wondering here about this is they're doing the deal with Berkshire and the stock sale and stuff. I don't know, but I'm theorizing here. Here's your theorizing, Chili, about something that maybe I'm a little bit better on. I don't know if the
Low
stock
tick
sale
alert
or
minus
the
800.
situation with Berkshire Hathaway will only impact one of those two classes in some way. Or if that class asymmetrically hits that new issue of stock asymmetrically hits one of these two different classes. I don't know. I mean, I only ever look at Google options, which I want to say is more liquid. I don't know that that's actually true. I mean, if we just look at tape and see what the top volumes are, there's Google, and you probably won't see GOOG on here. That's my running theory. I mean, there's the liquidity issue, and so I would trust Google, but I'm wondering if there's something to do with that. I'm gonna have to look under the hood on that one. That's a good question, Chris. Anonymous, to evaluate, not answered today, comparing Friday to 10 of 10 as a vol event that starts a topping process. Higher highs are made. It could fail lower.
Tesla's still pushing. It's Brett from Spot Gamma speaking in the background.
Was this part of the topping event? Here's what I think about the macro situation. The debasement trade, the AI trade, that whole thing, I just don't know why it's set to stop. I think that the rate of change got crazy. Trump is so keyed in on the stock market. The market's still pricing in they're going to get some kind of resolution on this event. But then what are they doing? Like, they're going to give Iran $300 billion for rebuilding. I mean, it's just like the debasement trade ultimately is just like the trade, and it's fine. I think the only thing that stops the market is higher rates. But if oil comes down sharply, I don't know why Kevin Walsh would raise rates. I'll shut up on that topic right now.
Tesla's still climbing.
But I guess, let me just put it this way. This is the analogy that I'm watching, is this analogy, the July 2024, right? Where you had this shot across the bow, right? Right at July OPEX, we had this drawdown of about 4%. You had a pretty meek rally, into first week of August. And then, you just evacuate down. And then, this was that crazy VIX, VIX pop day, right? But take away that period aside, market rallies in, a month later, it's like it never happened, right? And this to me seems like what we're set up to have happen. The difference here is we have that JP Morgan position below. I think that could be a stabilizer. You could see a situation where maybe that Iran gets worse before it gets better. Hey, we're going to raise rates. We crash, and suddenly like, peace deal for real. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, great, inflation isn't going to be real, and then we just go. So, and don't forget, you still got Anthropic opening up. You got all those other APIs. I mean, I just think the idea that we can stick a fork in the market for the years, I don't see ever that far out anyways. I just think in the short term, digest. If we do indeed see a quarter point hike for December and Walsh talks that up, then that's probably like maybe the kiss of visiting the 7,000 level. Again, there's so many macro things here. It's just like, let's just wait for price. And if we go under 7,400, I feel very comfortable with moving. We're going to move down to 7,300. Great. And actively maintain these positions. When vol spikes, you roll your puts down and out. You reduce, you adjust, and do those kinds of things. That's the way I think you got to handle this stuff. We're going to talk a lot about this stuff, obviously, with the event, the trade like the house event. So, if you had a bunch of puts like I did on Friday, you were the people's champ. It was an amazing day. It felt horrible taking some of those off. I took them off and exchanged them for put flies, betting on a JP Morgan kind of area close. Market dropped another 25 handles after I closed those puts.
Tesla's still pushing higher.
And I was like, oh, God, I stink. And then today I'm like, thank God, right? And but I didn't have any longs for this upside, 50 bips or 1%, 2% pop in the NASDAQ. So it's hard to get all that stuff right. But when can you lean in? When do you take those off? It's not obviously one of my puts or calls in this moment right now because the options are fairly expensive. And so I need to see something interesting happen. I mean, look at that Tesla flow. Is this you guys? Buying Tesla after we talked about it here? Don't do that. I don't want to end up on one of these. Like, everyone knows that Citrini guy. I mean, he's like, it's a Trump regime, and he may be a great picker, but he walks a fine line. It's hard. You cannot tweet that much about single stock ideas and then being active, like actively adjusting them. It's like the Andrew left Citron thing. Two shares. You're the same Steve G that's been in the Discord. Thank you, sir, for participating so much. By the way, Matt, who's disguised himself as customer service so far, he doesn't know this, but I'm ordering a special round of swag. And so if you've been labeled Duke in Discord, I'm gonna try to send you that swag. I'm trying to get that now. And the Dukes are just people that have been OG excellent participators. They got a little diamond. So Matt didn't know this. Which is fine. These are things I like to do. Microsoft. What, this stock can't. Two stocks, right? Meta was like the FinTwit favorite, and then that they're going to issue stock now, and that's another dynamic. I didn't even slap that dynamic on. Like, everyone's going to start doing this new issuing stock. Here's the problem with, or here's the big thing to watch here with Microsoft, Robin, is when does this back off? 400 I think makes sense, but look at
there goes Tesla.
E flow, right? And then this
there goes Tesla.
This is done minus, basically, let's call that $1 billion of Hero. We're at like 400 million. That's pretty bearish. This gap is what I don't like. So you go, okay, what would be an area, Brent, that would be interesting to get in? So let's go look at equity up here. There's some layered strikes here, 420, kind of down into 400. So you see this peak of this curve, right, is around 410. That's interesting. Under that, there's really no positions in here. See that? They're very, very light. No one's owned puts in this. All these are positive gamma bars. So market makers own gamma here, which basically says that people have been selling puts. I would read 405 to 410. If you're like a swing trader and you're thinking, hey, I want to kind of get in on this thing a little bit and maybe play for a bounce, this area I think makes some sense based on this right here. Certainly a stop under 400 I would take, because that gamma starts to wear off. This is fairly ugly, right? But whole market rallies, does that sort of pick up? I think so. They were just supposed to announce something with NVIDIA. Wasn't there some giant pump up going on with that? What's up with that? What about Meta? Meta issues the stock. Very quiet, right? All expiration flow is actually less than 0DT or short-dated flows here. So clearly this 580 bought hard, right? Not by the options market, really. You see the options market didn't bounce that much, and it's kind of just trended a little bit higher. But, this stock can do billions, and it's done 185 billion right here. So, it's a little challenging. 1 second, please. Sorry about that. Gremlin infestation. Tactical vol-based trades, Chile. We can talk about that for a second. Srinivasan, you got to make sure you're looking at the same thing. S&P equities, S&P 500, S&P index, those are different things. So that's probably what the difference is there. Charles, how are you doing? It seems to me the call up while zero gamma and volatility levels on market overview tab are not necessarily the same levels in the AM and PM founders notes. We do have a tech ticket in about that. As some people have said, these levels are shifting. I've not been able to see that myself, but I have noted it. And I know the Spot Game and Dev team is on that, Charles. So these should stay static, like they should be unchanged from the open to the close, right? And then they should update at night, once a night, to the new positions, and that should be it. And so we'll make sure of that. Yeah, so phone 138, I'm assuming you're talking about the JP Morgan collar call. I mean, I think that's going to be a support area if we start to roll over. And so, that's end of month kind of thing. That's not quite here at the moment. We have Tim Cook dancing in front of a rainbow with his last keynote. So I just cut off. All right, what's happening?
All right, Intel with a nice bounce off of this channel.
What about Datadog? I mean,
Intel, nice bounce off the channel. All right, it keeps going here.
not working out.
Tesla looking good. Tesla.
The thing is not looking good, is it? $231. I mean, just into 200 just looks like a lot of positive gamma. See this? Like, I mean, this is a fraction of the Microsoft and Tesla positive gamma because it's only about $7 million here, but Datadog is nowhere near as big of a stock. 200-ish maybe. It seems okay. It's just, what's so funny about a lot of these names? They have this light positive gamma position, and it's not, it's not. What I would be looking for to see is like, okay, we have negative gamma until this price level, and here we just have this light positive gamma, so I don't feel like super.
All right, Intel's on the move here. Intel.
Navigate there. I think if you look at the change in vols, for like a Datadog, it'd be like, when does the skew start to shift?
Tesla does look good though, right? Tesla.
So, for example, if we brought up scanners, just to do this more simply, we had on
Futures turning back up
here, and this happened in the S&P, and actually this stuff started to turn before the market did. I mean, look at this, right? Like Friday's closed, Datadog had more call skew than put skew. That's kind of wild, right? So my gut is that I think this thing's got more to fall here, because until we kind of do Datadog goes over here somewhere, then I don't think there's really like a bottom is in yet. That's kind of how we'll look at that. If you want to compare this and say, well, what does Microsoft look like too, or Meta? This is a market, right, where these calls still got to come out. Meaning they got to bleed out, and I think today they're probably doing a lot of that because this is updated as of the close on Friday, right? And so when you start to see these things maybe down in here, it's like, okay, maybe they're done a little bit here. And why is this? Is because you get that skew going from people expecting the bounce to sort of transitioning back, and this is kind of telling me they haven't really paid up yet, or they haven't paid the piper. Whereas if you look at the Qs and the way that shifted, there's a couple of interesting things here. Number one, the SPY skew started to shift. Obviously it was lower. You can see how negative that is, right? Like what a violent reversal that was. People just giving up on that upside. And so, this index stuff got cleaned up in a way very fast. Now, if anything, you have like very rich implied vols, and that kind of seems to be, look, if you don't start realizing that downside, particularly after CPI, that vol is going to come down, and it's going to help to boost stocks up. So it's tricky. Micron's just the same, right? I think while there was a lot of panic in the air, I think people bought these dips. I drew this magic trend line, and we hit that short-term trend line. Funny. So are we on this path, or do you have a bigger, reversion? I don't know.
Apple turning back up.
Certainly less overbought than it was, and based on the last few months, you can see there's OPEX, right? May
Apple
OPEX
zipping here.
Heading into June OPEX, kind of
Apple ripping.
Consolidation. So, but the calls are way too expensive, so it's hard to play that upside. Zoom, we did check Tesla straight off. Why? And we can't get NDX and trace. That's a function of available data. So we are working with
Apple just ripped there.
We're working with the NASDAQ. I don't know if they announced over there, but you can see that flow. And this is a longer dated flow. You see the heroes in kind with price.
Apple ripping to the highs now.
Options. Heads up there, cousin. So decent sized call buyer there for sure. The way to assess the reliability of the daily implied move on seems like some days. The last today I did, which should be should be refreshed.
Oh, there goes Apple.
Hold inside the
Apple breaking out new highs.
implied move. So specifically, if you look at the market overview here, and you see on this chart we have the SG 1-day implied move. That's supposed to be based off of the market open, right? And that should hold 68% of the time. So the deal is that you strike it where the cash market
Whoa,
opens,
look at Apple go.
up and down.
Apple
And that's what the
ripping
range
higher
is.
here.
So if you look at the
Very nice.
implied move, it's 65 basis points. So I'll draw this out for everybody.
Anybody buy dips on Apple today? That was a nice little move there.
If there are some bugs with this, let me know. I'm not aware of them, but I'll fix them ASAP. So cash market opens here. Implied low is really kind of the gap close down to 90 roughly. See, it's 66 bips. And then to the upside here, you got 74.90. So that's 68% of the time we close inside that range. There are plenty of days where we go like this and then close inside. So that's open to close is what that is. Because what the gamma is supposed to suggest is the mean reversion. The lower the gamma index is, here, and as we get into positive, then the smaller the 1-day range is going to be. So if you start to get gamma index of -4, which is the peak, then this can, I think, creep up to about 1%. That tends to be about where it.
All right, Apple coming back in now.
Trace for there's two problems with trace for NDX. Number one, the volume of the NDX, and I say this as somebody who spends a lot of time with the NASDAQ people, and I love them. It's just not that great, right? I mean, the notional is massive because it's a $20,000 index, but we're getting very small volume. So, trace with the Qs maybe, but, the volume is just not that big. So we can roll out a trace map for that in theory, but then what do you get out of that, right? So
Futures are struggling at the moment.
So that's what makes that kind of
SPX.
Qs maybe. Trace for single stocks, you have to get the data we need across all exchanges, and it's just not available across all exchanges, so there's one problem. But we're working up something that is going to be a supplement, so not exactly a trace, but kind of a real-time, where the strike's filling up kind of thing. That's what the thought is. Same, basically anything. SPX trades.
Somebody just took some profits on CBRX. I would just view that as some profit taking.
The data is not available across all exchanges. So
CBRX.
Well, I'll give you a trace map, but it's only 80% of the market sometimes, right? In terms of intraday availability. End of day, we have full coverage on everything in terms of positions changing, but not the intraday. Some exchanges have 1-minute updates versus 10 versus 5. So it's just kind of. Anonymous attendees upset about a number of new products. We have.
What's Cisco doing? Cisco.
New hero charts.
Looking for that to continue
upgrade.
trending. Cisco. All right, it looks okay. Cisco trending. Micron.
Clearly, somebody printed us.
Cisco. Micron.
And dump it.
Micron. Marvell.
We have a hero chart upgrade. We've been toying with different hero chart versions for a while. There's a big upgrade there coming in the next 2-3 weeks, something like that.
It looks like a liquidity grab on Apple there. Had a nice little pop up, and they just sold into that.
I don't even know what you call it.
Apple.
Something that you guys
Tesla.
kind of out of left field.
Tesla still rising.
But that's 6 weeks out. I would say. I don't really know. Something like that. We have
Microsoft turning the corner.
Gamma maps.
Microsoft turning.
Last one I showed was on Thursday. These guys slated for the next couple of weeks to be out. So there's those, and then in October we always drop a massive new product. I mean, this map right here is a massive new upgrade. I think. Excited for that. The
Intel turning up. Intel.
We launched Hero as a marquee thing.
Bounce.
Like this giant marquee thing. and then I think the new product that we're going to launch in October is hopefully going to be that same size.
Yes, I see it.
Steve, you tried the new Hero charts, I'm thinking. I keep my default to the S&P 500. That's what that we see is on here. Well, this is normal watch. Sorry. And then I'll toggle back. Mainly because S&P 500 is going to be much bigger. See, 4 billion. It's always bigger. And then I'll sort of fact check or just see what else is going on in the market. So we got into highs here, and then this has just been selling off kind of over the course of the day. Again, where do I see the market closing? If it closed at 7,400 now, because that's the biggest strike, that seems to make sense to me. Kind of seek and destroy here a little bit, and what is otherwise kind of a quiet day. With Hero going down, like Hero keeps trending lower than the other.
Credo. All right. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was going to put it back on the watch list. Credo.
No, counterized gamma map Andre should be.
Yeah, that looks good.
I think weeks away, not months away. This guy right here is 99%. 7,400. John asks, I know customer support is on the chat here, so they will reach out.
All right, Microsoft starting to turn here. Microsoft. Let's see what Microsoft looks like. Microsoft. Bounce at the 50-day, maybe. All right, we're starting to turn a corner. Microsoft's starting to turn a corner right now. Okay, this looks like a good place to take some Microsoft. Let me see how much Microsoft, if any, I have left.
We don't take those.
I don't think I have a very large position. I think I took some off last week.
I'm looking at the customer map probably.
Let's see, Microsoft.
Right here, excuse me.
Microsoft.
When does charm start to matter? It depends on how big the position.
Yeah, I
is.
have August calls on
a strike
Microsoft.
that has 50,000 contracts at it. That decay I think is going to be a little bit stronger. Generally speaking, 2:30 or 3 o'clock is where I think you really start to see that changing. And I say that based on my experience of trading the zero DTEs, that you see those zero DTE positions, the out of the money positions will really start to decay quite quickly. And that's where I think you really start to see the end of day flows pick up. So kind of 3 o'clock is the mark I guess I would use for that charm decay. And you can see it on the map where it starts to, the colors start to change, right? Again, it depends on what the positions are, but you start to see that, like, okay, 2:30 a little bit, but after 3 is where those colors go. That's what I would see in TS. And we talk about the seek and destroy algo here at 74. You have this put spread here, the market makers. That's the biggest position, and so you also have this other one here at 74.30 right now. So you want to think about what the possible outcome is on this trade. It has to do with what's the odds of the, what does it cost for you to bet on the strike? How much are you going to make, and what are the odds? So if you have two 99th percentile strikes, one right there, and then one right here, Hero's kind of going lower, right? So you go, okay, I'm probably capped off right here. This would be my guess for the day. And then I think we could move into this. I could put a put fly there if I'm bet on a pin. In a day like today, a low volatile day, even though we opened up 40 bips, like it hasn't been that much of a volatile session. A put fly could work okay to bet we're going to pin there. So you could do a couple things, right? You could buy the 7,400, 7,380 put spread. And if we move to 7,400, you close it. You could buy 7,410, 7,400, 7,490 put fly, right? And bet on a pin. Betting on the pin explicitly closing at that strike is difficult. So that's why I don't love, the put flies, particularly the downside. I think to the upside, you get a little more of a position where the stock will go up and then close like this. To the downside, I think we have a little bit potentially more volatility, right? Which means, what I like to say is the path dependency of the payout changes. In other words, if you put on that one, 7410, 7400, so this is 10, 100, 90, 1 by 2, right? Let's say you pay $3 for this. It probably stays $3 all the way until here, right? You don't really make money on that trade until these last couple of minutes, and then it's sort of like inside the last 5 minutes, it doesn't take much to move the strikes around a little bit, right? So I would rather, instead of trading the big S&Ps, do like spider put spread. So you want to cut down on your premium cost, and then you're betting that the stock is going to move down into this level. If you get it, great. I'm going to close that up. But with Hero going down right now, you got to think that we're going to visit that strike. That's kind of what it feels like to me here. So you could also be more creative. Can you sell these calls in spiders to buy these puts to fund that, right? If you believe that you have a good resistance, which is kind of what we do today. Now, do you want to buy these puts? Well, is the put spread $8 to make $10? Well, then no, I don't want to buy that, right? But if it's $1 to make $10, well, then maybe I will, right? So that's what you have to like weigh those chances out. And here's the other thing you can do too, right? You put the put spread on, it moves in your favor, then you turn it into a fly, right? Okay, I'll sell another one here and then buy another tail one here for margin purposes or whatever. So you can get creative about how you want to express this. And I think that when people struggle with this a little bit, like I'll see a lot of people on Discord, they can articulate what's happening, but then they're like, I didn't make any money, or I'm not. And I think it's because of the way that they're structuring their positions, right? It's your outcome of coming down here, great, but how do you want to express that? You put on a put fly, or you sold a call spread for too cheap, whatever, versus like I just bought the puts or just shorted stock and closed it and I bought it back. Hey, that was super easy. And look at me. So that positioning can matter, quite a bit. I personally had on a really stupid trade on Friday. I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, like what I was thinking. Happens to everybody. Well, I do know what I was thinking. In here, I put on a 0DT put fly for 74.80, or excuse me, 7,400, and then -2 at 85, and then another one at 50. It was broken wing a little bit, but I was betting that the S&P was going to kind of come down and close in this area, right? And so, this is what I experienced. I made no money this whole time. Why? Because yes, this put is making money, but these two are losing me money. And then, down here, I was up like on the $25 spread, I think it was up about $5, $6. So it's like, okay. And then we rip over here to 74.05, and that spread is suddenly worth nothing. So it's like, well, that stinks. And then in 10 seconds, we dropped all the way down. And I just, by pure luck of the market gods, got that thing closed out at $17. And it was just like, what a ridiculous like short idea, because the skill was, and yes, you're always saying luck, so I don't want to over-index me saying skill, but I made the correct bet.
Apple turned back down.
I thought the market would go.
Apple just turned back down.
50 handle
Okay.
of market going down.
Intel looks like it wants to
And then
keep going.
because of this weird crap in the last 15 minutes. Yeah, Angel, I think you had a similar thing. I went from like not making anything to make $17, and you're like, and this was, look, it's kind of lucky that went down like that. So, even as somebody that spends all day long every day looking at this stuff, you go, what is the goal there? What was I really trying to do? Well, whatever my goal was didn't make me that much money. Now, on a risk reward basis, I bet, or I think $2 for that structure. So that trade looks awesome at the end of the day, but to get the call right, I was within inches of not making anything. So, the way that you structure those trades is just so critical, to having that positive, P&L or not. Mr. Zoom user, I did talk about Tesla already, and the rub is very simple. Tesla looks bullish based on the gamma positioning. A lot of inflow today. Negative gamma.
Microsoft looks like it wants to do something here, huh? It's done this before. It gets you interested, starts to move higher, winds up just being shorts covering, and they roll it over. Let's see what the 60 minutes. 60 minutes still way below the 20 EMA. I have a hard time with this one. Tesla needed to get back above the 20 EMA, finally getting back above the 20 EMA on the 60 minute. Maybe if it follows through tomorrow, that would be good. Get that 20 EMA to turn up like it did over here.
And I think that's I think that's nice.
Apple, that was
I think the people
disappointing.
here in customer
Pop and then
service,
drop.
we know that the
They
course
said
is starting
something they didn't
tomorrow.
like.
We got extra people on customer service right now. I know sometimes it takes up to 24 hours, but we're all over this because the course is starting. We want to make sure that you all are ready for tomorrow. So info@spotgaming.com. If you made a mistake, Pablo, you know, you bought the wrong thing.
Microsoft looks good, though.
If you've been around with Spot Gaming for a
Microsoft
while,
does look
you
good, I have to
will
say.
Make sure that everything's square and right.
Microsoft
We're
coming off the
not here to
low.
steal extra money on extra passes and stuff like that. So it may take a extra day or two to get back to something like that, but we'll make sure that stuff is all square. There's no Gex here that market makers are the ones hedging, so why watch the customers? Shouldn't we be watching the market makers? That's true, right? And you know, I almost always default to watching market makers, and the market makers we see have positive gamma basically day after day after day after day until 7,200, right? And so what I thought was interesting, or what I was trying to parse through and I was watching on Friday, was the customer position. And the customer position, you know, when you looked at it here and you said, well, you know, this market has the potential to get kind of spicy here, and you're sort of watching it. And I guess what I was watching, and this was posted in Discord, so this wasn't, you know, a super hindsight. This is not like some type of a hindsight observation. Is, you know, you can see this negative gamma pocket, right? And so the hedge fund space, the retail space was short gamma under
Microsoft coming off the low.
that level. The market makers have the opposite position, right? So the historic trace maps for this, you invert them, and that's what the market maker position is. So the reason that I went off of this chart is I said, look, the market is weak here, and whatever this prevailing position is, it doesn't change or adjust up until 73.85, right? Because that's where the gamma clearly shifts. So if you have this moment where
All right, Microsoft on the move here. Microsoft starting to turn.
you have this trend day setting up of pretty weak positioning, the idea that we would sort of move through this zone kind of undeterred or whatever seemed to me to make a lot of sense, and that's what I went off of. Also, you see here on Friday there was this big, you know, strike at 7,500, right? So this was a pretty hefty strike, and we really had to wear through that. 74.90 was also the risk pivot. So you see here a couple of put strikes added, you know, the negative gamma on here.
There goes Microsoft.
We did just kind of trade straight down through this zone, right? And it took a couple of waves, but that was sort of the reason of watching, because it's like, how do you?
There goes Microsoft.
If we had this position that is potentially getting squeezed, or if I had this map that I'm trying to use to navigate this weakness,
Can't believe Apple sold off like that. What are they thinking? Intel looking good. Intel.
Today, then I have a
Tesla.
belief that we may continue to respect this is because it may be the dominant position, if that makes sense. So, you know, Aaron, you are totally right about that. About normally just watching the market makers because they're just going to kind of control the market. You know, and as you can see here, the color scheme was different for the market makers who were very well hedged. It seemed like, you know, through this kind of event. But that trace map really seemed to show, and I add the contour lines here so you can see the difference in the colors a little bit. But it was the idea that customer position just seemed to track so well. There was something going on there, and it really helped to navigate. So that's kind of what I wanted. Dustin, happy wife, happy life. So you can watch the recordings later. All right, Bush. I see your mentions in there. So why don't you send me an email? sgs.gm.com, and we'll get you taken care of. And ABS, you have a customer service problem as well. All
right, we got a bid coming into the market. ABCD pattern, B and C pivots this time of day, not unusual. Seeing a lot of stocks catching a bid right now. Intel, check out Intel, for example. Intel, Tesla, got Intel coming out of a channel.
Pro customer positioning is different from pro customer. Pro
Okay, let's
customers
see if
are
that
the
follows
market
through.
makers,
Intel,
and that's
Tesla. I want to
factory
keep an eye on
traders.
Tesla
If
though.
you're trading over a
Tesla.
certain number of orders a day, the exchange
Tesla's been
will
really
be
strong.
pro customer. They're kind of like ball shop quasi market makers. They're a bit different. The official, so to answer this too, statistically the best source or the best GEX relationship to the market is watching the market maker order flow. That is what on the back testing shows that it is the most stable, or I shouldn't say stable. Its data is the best at forecasting short-term market movements. That's why we watch that more often. Now, the market makers are trading against most of the customer order flow. That is true. But then they are also trading amongst themselves to shore up their positions. So that's why when you look at this map, you say, this is how the market makers are positioned, right? Pretty much positive gamma, maybe a little bit of local negative gamma. And I say local because their negative gamma is this pocket, right? Long gamma down here, long gamma up here. So if you kind of fill this with charm, you can see that spot, right? This is 0 DTE. That's a 0 DTE impact. But overall, if you zoom out, where do you see positive gamma down to 72?
All right, Microsoft, nice little move off the low. Microsoft.
You know, that gamma, negative gamma area moves up some.
Microsoft's still pushing here.
Risk level going forward. However, 0 DTE people come in, new positions come in, the maps kind of change. But right now, you can see where that soft spot is. Customers are long gamma as well, right? Similar thing, they got the soft pocket in here, kind of under 7,400 down to 7,300. And then you look at pro customers, they're the ones that are supplying the negative gamma to the street in some pretty good size, right? So they're the ones that are short of options here and having to kind of swing about. Now, with vol being elevated like it is, it kind of makes some sense the net short of options and then kind of dynamically hedging, right? So if you compare this in size, they get about $4 billion, $5 billion worth of gamma there. And on the market maker side, they're only about $3 billion. So, you know, that pro customer bucket is bigger. And then you can see the other groups here as well. So, you know, this is all a balance of counterparties, right? The customers, pro customers are like the sharp ball people. There is firms, or you know, and broker dealers, which are like banks and liquidity providers, right? So all of these entities are sort of balancing out. Sometimes locally, you know, at the money right now, some are bigger. Pro customers are even bigger than the market makers. So, you know, how do you weigh all of this out? Well, market makers, by and large, are going to be the largest almost always. But for the rest of today, maybe some pro customers have some crazy position on, right? So there is a lot of switching. Now, a lot of you are saying, well, how am I supposed to navigate this? I'm working on a tool for that. You know, you're like, okay, Brian, you know, it's a way to sort of parse out what matters most right now, right? And that's the thing. So that is that's the key thing. We also have, so those of you who are new, we launched the How to Use Spot Gamma training course in January of this year. It was a tremendous amount of effort. If you have questions about stuff, you don't feel like you're getting them, you know, basic questions, go into Spot Gamma training course. You can use that right now to go through the entire system to understand how to use this stuff. On Discord, we have an AI support bot. Ask it questions. It will link to webinars. I read those questions and monitor them, make sure they're being answered correctly. That AI bot is getting better and better and better in terms of its answers. We also just recently launched the Pulse channel on Discord. That's that real-time order flow going through. Pulse audio should just remain active. If it is, you know, if it's not, I'll go check it right now and make sure that's going. So that was a new thing, you know, that we just rolled out there as well. And then last but certainly not least was the 1 minute trace drops. We had other products scheduled. We bumped those back to make sure they had 1 minute updates and trace. So that pushed back some of the things we're going to launch a couple of weeks because we rolled out the new trace data. Traces are #1 used utility by far. I think it's the best 0 DTE tool. It also is the best gamma tool you can get, I think, kind of anywhere for the S&P. And so we wanted to make sure that we were, first in terms of that, made sure you guys had the latest and best data in terms of that. It upped our costs in just an absurd way as well. And so, that stuff doesn't get, those costs don't get pushed through to you, or they haven't been pushed through to you guys as the members. And so, that's kind of what we've had the first 6 months. After this, we have the trace chart updates, we have the counterized gamma strikes, we have this new secret thing I can't mention that's going to get pushed out. We have a giant tool for the October launch. So all that is fine. Along with kind of being a little snippy there, unless you were in a hole and you didn't know that core 1M was below 8 and we knew that the spasm was coming, there's still just the traditional value of being offered of knowing what the fuck happened before it happened, which I feel like in this case, it was kind of. So that's kind of that. You have a issue a trade like the house, email info@spotgamma.com now. I will log in and help. I know Matt is there. We have our amazing customer support people that know that they have to be on, because we are going to be starting this tomorrow morning. So if you have any issue at all with trade like the house, that will be prioritized today, because that course starts tomorrow. Any other problems, info@spotgamma.com. You have the founder of the business, me, our Matt, our CEO. I basically pulled over this other I founded the company, but he joined me about 2 or 3 months later. So you have the guys on here listening to everybody here. We're going to make sure that we have it all squared away. There is no upgrade to Pulse. Pulse is just in the Discord. So if you go into the Discord channel here, it's a sneaky freebie for everybody. So if you just go into the Spot Gamma Discord right here, and you click on Pulse, and if you click on Pulse's voice, you will get the trades all coming through. And if you look under flow, flow development updates, flow questions, you will understand what this is. You can also talk to the support bot, which is right here, about what exactly Pulse is and does. And so you can listen to the index stuff, or you can listen to the single stock stuff. And what that is trying to do is give you the heartbeat of the market. Every time you get a bunch of trades going in the name, hey, Tesla Pulse, great. Something's going on Tesla. Let me go check it out. Right? Let me look at here. Let me get, and there you go. Right? So, so that's the value. That's the value of that. All right. All this video is being recorded. The trade like the house stuff being recorded. You'll be able to watch those recorded. Forever's a long time, but you'll have months of access to that recording. I will be back on.
Okay, here we go. Starting to lift a bit more.
There's so much going on, but we'll be doing the Q&A. Actually, I won't be doing the Q&A on Thursday because I think we'll be there, but maybe we'll do something on Friday, make up for particularly the speeds like that, and other stuff. So we will see. I'm imagining most of you here are going to be in a trade like the house anyways. And so a lot of stuff to talk about the markets. But we will have the Q&A as is on Monday, of course. And then maybe we'll do some live videos or something like that, on SpaceX on Friday. So we'll be trying to figure all that out. All right. Thank you guys. I appreciate all the kind words, and I hope that we've had some success trading here over the last couple of days and years.
There goes Microsoft a little bit more.
But we want to make sure you have access to the materials that you need to make sure you know how to use all this stuff. A lot in here. It's all, if you're not familiar with the lingo, it can be a lot to digest. So you can use the training course. Under the resources, there's the webinar replays. You can go in there and look at past webinars. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there, and then go on and chat with the AI bot. It'll link you to the resource you need, the tool you need, if you have a very specific question. Right? So we'll be doing that. All right. I think that's it for right now. CPI is going to be the big one coming up here. Probably at a 90% loss track. One got closed up. See that? Sneaky.
All right, Microsoft's still rising. Apple's still dropping off here.
All right, so that's going to wrap it up for me. A couple of big days ahead here with the courses that are basically 10 to 3 roughly every day for the next 3 days. Any questions? Again, info@spotgamma.com. We'll make sure that we're in there. Mr. Chili on vol trades. Yeah. So how do you find
Netflix turning back up.
How do you find when and where you kind of want to trade the ball, or volatility is interesting? It's a funnel type idea, right? So the top of the funnel idea is you look at, choose your scanner with the name on it, right? So this has a bunch of the top single stocks. You say to yourself, all of these names have extremely high call prices and high IVs, right? Because they're above this. So what I would do is I would say, okay, why are these implied vols so elevated? Is it earnings like Adobe? I don't want an earnings trade. Like Now just reported earnings, so I know they're out. Datadog, into all these other names, a lot of software names in here because it's obviously a software bucket. Are all those names resting on Adobe? No, probably not, right? Like NVIDIA sometimes can invoke, vol into other names, but by and large, and then what else is different here? Like Fig, has a much
Microsoft still pushing.
Palantir also has a much lower IV, right? So this sets up on a funnel basis. I would say, okay, high IV and high call skew, right? High calls are very elevated in these names. Okay, so can I monetize that call wing of the trade, right? And then what's going on in these other names, right, is another interesting thing. Could these catch up? Are they an easier play? There's different ways to sort of think about that. So then the second step you could do here is then you could come in and say, well, why is that call IV or that risk reversal so elevated? If I'm looking at, and I know I'm going through fairly fast here, but this will get you started. Here's call skew percentile versus put skew percentile. So all of these names have extremely high call skew and very low put skew, right? What does that mean? That means the 25 delta call, so it's delta call, is very rich relative to the at the money. So if there's a feature to exploit of the volatility surface, and this is for 1 month options, that is the feature. There's nothing to do with a zero put skew, right? Because that's telling us that statistically the wing is just, the put wing is like dead, right? The other thing we know about this from the previous one is that IV is extremely high. So I want to set up trades in these names that allow me to, mine or take advantage of that elevated call skew. So then you have to sort of say, okay, great. Well, what specifically does that look like, and how do I take advantage of this? You would go into the options calculator and start to load some of these up. So, Datadog is one we talked about before. It has very high call skew. So if I look at roughly 1 month options and I kind of look at the IV settings here, and you can see that call skew here, right? Now, if I put in the current IV, that's what the model is set for. But if I say, what does the mean IV look like, or the median IV? What normally does this name look like is a nice way to sort of start. So I put an average, and you can see that this is what it typically looks like. So normally the call skew is quite a bit flatter, right, than it is right now. And that at the money actually is typically more expensive. Well, that sounds like an amazing thing to bet on the mean reversion there, because we have the rank is a 90 something. It's not like a small change, it's huge. So if I go back to the current IV and say, what am I going to do? I'm going to flatten this out a bunch because I want it to look like that mean, right? So that's what I'm going for with my red line there. And then you want to shift the implied vol up a little bit, maybe. That's what anyways, you get what I'm going for. Okay, great. So now I can load in what generally looks like the average. So I'm going to save that now. Okay, now I have the call skew in the right way. I know it's a super elevated call skew. So now I can start to play around and say, okay, with 20 days remaining, if I hold this 1 month option, here's what the performance of this should be like, right? And if I instead said, hey, I want to do a 1x2, I can make this the at the money option. So in this case, stock's at 230. So I'm going to say, great, that at the money option is screening actually is a little bit cheap. And then let me plug in 2 25 delta calls, right, for the 1x2. And I'm doing this very quickly. So, obviously you want to be a little bit different about how you're doing it, but you're getting the point, right? And now I'm saying, okay, great. I wanted that vol trade, right? Now, when does that vol trade pay me off? basically, as long as they stay above 223, in the shorter term, I can actually afford to move down to 210, and this system is still projecting that I'll make some money on that. Why am I making money in that? Because if the stock comes down, that call skew should still come down, right? It should still, why is the call skew up? Because the stock has been going up. It's been doing crazy things. So if that vol just starts to shift back, as the data shows me, going back to the mean, this is what my projected P&L is looking like, right? So if the stock just kind of stalls out, stays relatively above here, I look like over the next, call it, 7, 8, 9 days, my P&L should be about $180, right? That's roughly what, $170. That's roughly what I should make. Now, is that good risk reward for you based on this trade? Kind of something that you have to answer, right? How do I structure this? Can I structure for a credit? Can I do some other things? You got to step in and do that. But you can see what the current skew is, and then you can see how to adjust it and then project what your P&L is going to do after that, right? So you can do the same as this on the put wing. If puts are going crazy, you can do the same as this. If the puts skew super cheap, what option do I buy? What does that look like if vol spikes? What can I expect to make, for example? So that's how you would do that. So again, you go scanner tool to, you could spend time in the vol dashboard as well to dig in on those a little bit more. I kind of jump cut it a little bit because maybe
Microsoft's still pushing here.
Exploit. Maybe instead when you look at the volatility skews or the term structures or fixed strike matrix, like you say, well, where's the biggest skew premium? So let's do that. Okay, biggest skew premium in here. It's these are the rich calls to the upside. So maybe I should go July, right? Because that's showing higher skews than regular July OPEX instead of March or something, right? It turns out it's the other way.
may resume in less than a minute.
26. These are the skew premium, bigger skew premium. If I want to sell calls, I want to sell the ones with the fattest skew premium. Right? So that's sort of the order of kind of going through that, right? Oracle earnings this Wednesday. Maybe another reason that some of these names are all jacked up. So that is the sector correlation that you have to worry about with some of these names. Is that why ServiceNow and these other things are up? No, I think that's still just an artifact or a remnant.
Microsoft, nice little move there. Apple's disappointing. I wonder why it did what it did. Somebody said something they didn't like. Intel's trying to take out the high as well as Tesla. Tesla's still pushing here. Tesla about to go again, or is it done for today? It's a pretty big move for Tesla today. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 8th, 2:11 p.m.
Help me design the trade. Help me find the name that I want to trade. Make it more obvious of what I should do, or the stuff I should look at. So we are working on the platform, with that lens in mind. I would say that's the last thing. Generally, we've offered you a lot of data, lean certain ways with some things, but haven't sort of said, these are the top ideas to surface and go ahead. So we do have that lens, and so. Yeah, I went through that super fast, but this recording should be up by tomorrow morning, so you can watch it back. And the Spot Gamma AI bot will have access to this so that you can call it up pretty quickly. It gives you a timestamp moment when we start to talk about this stuff, which is the other advantage. It's not just like, here's the webinar, good luck finding that. All right, I really got to wrap it up now. Rest my voice before, or else I think it's night 7. Matt did more than me, but he enjoys them. I love the webinars. I've got markets all day long with you guys. That's fun. All right. Any questions? info@spotgaming.com. We'll see most of you tomorrow. We're super excited about that course that'll kick off at 10 a.m. Email info@spotgaming.com. If you have any questions about the course, we're going to prioritize those. These other questions, I know some other people had some things. Just email us now. We're going to get in the support box, make sure that stuff is all caught up. That's that. All right. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, hang the pictures. One day I'll get around to that. All right. Thanks, everybody, again. See you soon.
All right, that was Brent over at Spot Gamma. He's a good dude. Good dude, helping people make money over at Spot Gamma. All right, so Tesla's trying to push a bit higher. There goes Netflix turning the corner. Intel's going for the highs. Apple is backing off. I had a brief foray to the highs of the day and then backing off. I'll be looking to buy some Apple on a dip. All right, there goes Netflix. Netflix ripping here. Netflix with a nice turn. Coming off the low. Okay, Microsoft doing okay. Microsoft. Microsoft, nice. Okay. Doji, maybe we get a 3-candle reversal. Look for a little bit more tomorrow. Maybe Microsoft pops back above this level. Okay, we got a Doji now. All right. The 50-day is right there, just below. That's the 50-day, that blue line. Okay, so looking for a follow through tomorrow. Apple, looking to buy the dip in Apple, actually. Apple. Okay. Nice little bounce here. And Apple would be, you know what? I'm going to buy some just, if it's a losing trade, it's a losing trade. But this looks like a good dip here for Apple. I've been looking to buy this all day today. Apple. Okay, let me buy some Apple down here. All right, shorts will probably start covering. I'm going to go out to July. Give myself a little time. Apple, let's see. 45 deltas at 310. Yeah, we can get back at 310 easily. Buy a vertical, 310, 315. I'm going out to July 17th, 310, 315. $1.95 per contract. I'll buy a few of those. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I'll take it off 50%, 50% loss if I get filled at all. Let's see if I get filled. Trying to get a fill. Trying to get a fill. Let's see if we can get at $2. $2. All right, filled at $2. Filled at $2. I bought the July 310, 315. So let's see if we can get back up to 310 at the low right here. Apple, I don't know why it's sold. Somebody probably took some profits, sold the news or whatever. I have been looking to get into Apple all day, so that's a good thing. Microsoft pushing higher.
RTGT may resume in less than a minute.
TPIC. SU menu.
BYFH may rise in 10 seconds.
Okay, Netflix, keep going. Tesla looking really good too. Tesla, thank you very much. Tesla with another stair step higher. Okay, can we take out yesterday's high? Is there enough time? We got that's 220. 220 on the East Coast. Hope everybody's having a good day. Okay.
RTGT may rise in 10 seconds.
All right. Tesla. Nike turning back up. Okay, Netflix is looking really spunky here all of a sudden. Netflix. S&P is up 46. Okay, Netflix turning back up. Microsoft. Looking for a 3-candle reversal on Microsoft. Okay, check out Microsoft. Microsoft Daily. Okay, so we got a doji right at the 50-day. A 3-candle reversal back in the opposite direction. Seems made to order, maybe not. We'll see. I would go out at least to July or August if you're buying anything on these dips today. Apple just bought a little bit of Apple. That's out in July. Apple, was it 310, 315? 310, 315. A little bit of selling there.
HAO may rise in 10 seconds.
Apple.
PABS may rise in 10 seconds.
Okay, there goes Netflix.
SU menu. TPIC.
HUDI may resume in less than a minute. MTEN may resume in less than a minute.
JZXN. SU menu.
NPT may resume in less than a minute.
EABS.
Okay, a lot of stocks are showing the same thing. Catching a bid down here. Adobe catching a bid. CBRS. This thing is an ATM machine. I agree with you, Fran. It just keeps going here. Looking good. I got calls and I got CBRX shares.
TEN may rise in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Has vaulted to the upside.
TPIC. EABS. HAO.
Tesla looks good. Netflix looks good. Tesla, another push higher. Having a good day. Can we take out tomorrow? Friday's high. Man, that would be so cool if we did. Get back above the 200-day. Bouncing at the 50-day inside day.
TEN may rise in 10 seconds.
I was a little bit surprised to see Tesla thrown away the way it was on Friday. Maybe that was, weak hands. That's what it looks like so far. Looks like institutions have been buying up like crazy. So you sell into the low. I'm not saying anybody in the trading room, but you sell into the low. Institutions come back in. They buy on the dip, run it back up. You chase it. They sell. It turns back down. Just rinse and repeat. Positive gamma. Looking for some positive gamma so we can start buying a dip again. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, a good bit of purple on the screen. Good bit of purple. All right, so this looks pretty good. Notice the hedge flows continue to rise. Price action's not matching it. We have this resistance level, 98 percentile at 74.30. Support, 7,400. So a 30-point range. We've just been ping-ponging around in that area. Tesla looks good, right? Still going. Microsoft looks like it wants to go again. Love to see a 3-candle reversal tomorrow. 3-candle reversal at the 50-day with a bullish candle tomorrow. I don't know if you caught Elon. Elon was talking about software not needing programmers by the end of the year. Anybody see that? He was talking about that earlier, that AI is going to be so good that you just feed it to you want it to do, and it'll do all your program. I basically did that with Claude at the Inspiration. Aaron had been working on as well. But Claude did a really good job. I just gave it basic criteria and showed it some screenshots, and it just basically did everything that I was looking for it to do. This is what it looks like. Trending, Apple. Okay, this is based on 5 days. Tesla, nice little move on Tesla. Spotify, Intel breaking back out of that channel. Intel breaking out of this channel that we were looking at earlier. That looks pretty good. Okay, it was like this little descending channel, flag, whatever you want to call it. And we broke out a little bit. Tesla just keeps stair-stepping higher. Tesla. Microsoft turned in the corner. Back above. Okay, Adobe also coming off the low. Adobe turning back up. CBRS. This one, I'm going to hold on to this one for, I don't know how long it's going to take to get back to the highs, but this just seems like a no-brainer. Back in 2016, when we were looking at NVIDIA, all it was a graphics processor at the time, but it showed all the things that we look for a long setup. Stock was trading at $33. We had a buy signal at buy trigger at $33.60, I think it was. And of course, it split. It split. I don't even remember what it was split, but $33 to wherever it eventually went and where it is now. Imagine what CBRS is going to be like. You know, it's CBRX. This is relatively inexpensive, $20. I got my son to buy some of this earlier this morning at around 20. So he's up quite a bit already. And I'll just keep buying this on dips. Looks good. Looks good. Can't buy it up here. If you're going to buy CBRX, wait for it to dip a little bit. CBRS. Looks good. What else is working here? SoFi, we're looking for that to turn. SoFi back into the range. AAOI, that one's back up. Trying to get back up to the highs. AAOI, LITE, and Corning, GLW, those optical fiber companies looking good. Apple still looks like a bear flag on Apple. Futures, S&P 500. Okay, it was a little wedge down there for a while. Trying to break to the upside. Futures. VWAP is overhead. Doji for now. 7,400 is a major level down below of support. We showed you that earlier. Net OI. This one right here, 7,400. Non-zero day, 7,400. Okay, we've got a little resistance there on 0 day. This is 0 day toggle on 74.20. Currently trading 74.31, so we're just above that level right now. And hedge flows continue to rise. S&P. Hedge flows continue to rise. Okay, let's go. Let's bust a move here. Apple just tested the low. Probably took out a few stops right there just now. Apple. Tesla still pushing Tesla. Not what I expected for today. Friday wasn't expected. Today wasn't expected. Just watching price action. Buying a few dips. Not doing a whole lot today. I don't want to put a whole lot of money back to work until I can see how this resolves. If you know the strategy, S&P, okay, let me show you the strategy on S&P, all right? So a number of you are looking for a rug pull. Some of you maybe are looking for more downside. Okay, this is a strategy. Whenever you have a big day like this, we had Friday, you have a doji. The rule is whatever direction the markets take tomorrow, that's the direction we should look at in the short term. So the rule is if we open up tomorrow and we start rising, go long. If we open up tomorrow, we start moving lower, you go short. I forget who came up with the strategy, but it works pretty well. Okay, Tesla's still pushing now. Tesla. If you're just joining us this evening, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just watching Tesla regaining some traction, trying to get back above the 200-day over there on the right. The left side is the 5-minute chart. Continues to build stairs on the way up. Escalator down on Friday. So didn't expect this kind of a retracement today. I expected this morning when I woke up that it was going to be a down day. Happily, it isn't the case because it's my son's 16th birthday. So everything's making me happy. A commentary in the trading room. You guys are really a great team of people. Thank you for everything that you post in the trading room. I really appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Tesla. Wow, you're making my day. Very nice. We get Apple to turn. That would be nice too. That would be very, very, very nice. Intel breaking that downtrend. I had a little channel down today. Right around 11 o'clock, we started channeling down. We broke out, and now we're heading higher. That's pretty big news. Yeah, thank you, Grover. Appreciate it. That's some spicy chicken wings there, Mondo. Uh, oh. All right, Apple still sit here, 305. Okay, futures getting stuck. Okay, VWAP right overhead. Doji on the daily. Tesla's still doing it, man. It's like, wow. I mean, this is, I don't want to say classic. I hate that word, but it definitely feels to me like its institution bought the dip, and they just keep buying. They'll buy this back up to what, 425, 430, I would imagine. Going into the IPO on Friday, SpaceX IPO.
May resume in less than a minute.
PABS. GMES.
UIAH may rise in 10 seconds. WTO may rise in 10 seconds.
Intel, yeah, Intel looking good.
NPT may rise in 10 seconds. INTC may resume in less than a minute.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
Oh, finally.
Tesla Pulse, 0 DTE, call side, size.
Okay, Microsoft just, no, that wasn't Microsoft. Sorry, wrong screen. Microsoft still hanging in there. Apple testing the low. Testing the water here.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
INHD may rise in 10 seconds. MTEN may resume in less than a minute. PABS halted down. IFBD may rise in 10 seconds.
MSG1.
MTE and may rush a 10 success.
Uh,
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
okay, Apple dipping a little bit more. Apple. Hope it doesn't stop me out. Apple. I'd like to see this follow through tomorrow. Apple. Mm-hmm. Okay, it is 2:40 p.m. on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday, June 8th. Happy birthday to my son again, 16-year-old Antoine. He's out having a good time today with the family. Don't worry about me. My mother-in-law and I don't get along too well, so it's better that they enjoy their time together. That side of the family, sister-in-law, their kids. I'm enjoying the day. It's been a pretty good day today. Doji on the S&P, but I'm hanging in there. Maybe this channel down continues to move lower. 7,400 is a major level open interest, so hopefully we'll stay above that. And we can get some direction tomorrow. Would be nice. Okay, AAOI back to the highs. SoFi turning up. CBRS, that one looks good. Mostly chips and tech stocks being bought today. NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. Looking at the up-down volume situation and breadth, looks fairly bullish. We were 4-to-1 up volume at one point this morning on the Qs. We're 2-to-1 now. Let's look at the New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange closed flat. I don't know if you caught that in the weekend update. The New York Stock Exchange closed flat for the week. We're in the lower half of Friday's range. We're looking for this to hold. We're near the highs. If you look at the weekly time frame, it's just been like 3 weeks sideways. 10 EMA is below, so we're still bullish. It's not like we're selling off like we did a few weeks back where we dropped precipitously below the 10 EMA weekly back in February when the conflict in Iran started. Looks nothing like that. We're just holding very tight to this range. So that's a good thing for those of you who are bullish. If you're bearish, you're hoping that this is going to drop off. It doesn't look like it right now. Looking at breadth, let's go take a look at the equal weight index. We want the number of stocks above the 20-day to still be pointing upward. Okay, those are drifting a bit. That's okay, a little selling. The number of stocks above the 50-day. We still have room to the upside for many of those stocks, like Walmart, I think it was. We're above the 20-day, 50-day overhead. So the potential for a lot of stocks to do this, get above the 20-day, consolidate, and then head towards the 50-day. That's what I'm seeing right here. I just noticed the difference between the two. So here's Walmart again. It's above the 20-day, but not yet above the 50. So it can consolidate here, and that would be a little deceiving if you don't know what you're looking at, because a lot of stocks have moved back off the lows, back above their 20-day, and still have potential to get back to the 50 days. So I see the 20 days overhead. Anyway, so looking for a little follow through. Microsoft turning the corner. There's a couple of big trades on Microsoft that may give us a 3-candle reversal tomorrow. Tesla looking pretty good. Tesla, nice reversal off the 50-day. 200 days right there, just overhead at looks like 412. No, 414.50, 414.50, just overhead. S&P 500, inside day, We're in the lower half of the day's range. We want to be back up towards the middle. Okay, that's all right, I guess. Hedge flows continue to rise.
Long dated.
Apple,
Shenanigans.
Apple drifting a bit lower. Apple, Amazon, Google, Netflix, Tesla. Let's go back to Tesla. Back to Tesla. Tesla keeps stepping higher. Oh boy, what a day. Not expected. I thought I was going to wake up this morning and see a lot more carnage. So it was a nice relief to see tech stocks back up, which tells me that probably a lot of average investors probably threw their shares away last week on Friday, and it looks like institutions stepped back up and bought, knowing that Core 1M was where it was, below 6. I think it got down as low as 590 or something like that, was it? Core 1. Institutions know that, and many of you know it. Core 1M. Okay, how low did it get here? Right there. Looks like it got down to 590. 590? Even lower. Okay, even lower than that. 574, 575. So Core 1M got to 575. That's telling you that calls were super expensive. People kept chasing, and that pullback crushed all of that volatility. That's why you see Microsoft. There was a trade that pulled back a bit. They pulled back their calls, so they were closer to the money now in the July expiration. So this reset is helping out the markets. Okay, so that looks pretty good. If we can hang in here. Tomorrow we'll know. Overnight we'll see if this level holds, if they push it a bit higher and get back towards the 21-day. Overhead, the 21 days right there. But a lot of these tech stocks like Marvell back to Friday's high. At one point we're above Friday's high. So that's good. 921.50 are all below price. Price actions up and to the right. The moving averages up and to the right. So that's good. Tesla regaining some lost ground. That looks good. I'd like to see Google and Amazon do this too. Google. I read, Corey, that the dilution wasn't as bad as it could have been, right? $80 billion worth of secondary, $10 billion. I think the reason is because the $10 billion that Berkshire Hathaway was awarded, that led people to believe, okay, this is probably going to be all right, and we stayed above the 50-day. So I'm not so concerned about that secondary. $70 billion worth, 10 billion of which 80 billion total. That 10 billion was Berkshire. So they bought the low of the day. That's a good sign. So maybe Google will be up tomorrow. That'd be good.
Spider Pulse, long dated. Apple Pulse, 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Apple 0 DTE. Monday trade. Can they run this back up? 0 DTE. That'd be a cheap trade. Let's say the 305 or the 307.50. Apple 0 day with a little bit over an hour to go. Sounds like they're buying 0 day on Apple. They're buying 0 day on Apple.
Q's Pulse, long dated. deep calls. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
There goes Netflix. Netflix looking pretty good. Apple.
Q's pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Q's pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE, call side.
ITOC. ITOC halted to the upside.
Apple. Let's see. Did they have 307? 307.50s for 0 day? 307.50. So they're 22 cents. Imagine if they made it all the way back there.
ITOC. SUNH may rest in 10 seconds. ITOC.
Axon. Let me just check that. Axon. AXON.
SUNE.
July. Axon. Let's see if they got more open interest.
SFTK may resume in less than a minute. SUNE. EABS may resume in less than a minute.
All right, there goes Microsoft again. Microsoft turning up again. Microsoft trying to break out. Trying to go here, Microsoft. Okay. So we hit this level several times earlier, right in this area right here. See if we can break through this. Looks like we will. Looks like Microsoft's going to break through this area. There's a couple of big trades, like 60,000 contracts total as of about 15 minutes ago. An adjustment on Microsoft, it looks like. Bringing some calls that were out of the money because of that big move on Friday, bringing them down and adding some time. Let's see what Microsoft can do here. Apple looks like it's trying to turn.
INHP may rest in 10 seconds. HSBT halted down.
Microsoft turning back up.
Marvel pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Tesla still hanging. Tesla hanging in there. Okay, keep stepping higher. Just feels like institutions bought this dip. People were throwing away shares on Friday.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Microsoft, there we go, Microsoft. Microsoft looking good here. Microsoft, let's go. LATSG, let's go. Microsoft, let's do it. Let's do it. Mm-hmm. Okay, here's Microsoft coming off the right here. Look at Microsoft go. It's about to go here. Microsoft. Microsoft, go, go, go. Let's do this. Microsoft. Mm-hmm. There goes Microsoft. Okay, looking good. Let me just post this on. Let me post this on. Yeah. Go, go, Microsoft. Goose this sucker higher. Do it, do it. All right, everything is starting to show signs of short covering. Even Apple at the low here. Amazon, Google's kind of stuck in the mud, but it's showing a little bit of short covering. Tesla, Netflix looks good. NVIDIA trying to do something. Okay, Microsoft, of course. Microsoft. Come on, Microsoft. You can do it. You can do it.
Apple Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
INHD may res in 10 seconds. HKIT.
Zero DTE. Constant. Gamma. SP exports. Long dated.
BSAAU may resume in less than a minute. BYAH may res in 10 seconds.
Oh boy. Mhm.
BYAH halted down. A TOC may resume in less than a minute. HKIT. SDOT SAAU may res in 10 seconds.
Mhm.
A TOC may res in 10 seconds. HKIT.
Micron pulse.
MDIA halted to the upside.
ITOC, NPT,
ITOC MTK halted down.
JZXN, IZM, HKIT, MTEN, RYET,
SDOT. HKIT.
PABS, EN, ITOC, NPT,
Mhm.
HKIT,
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Come on, Microsoft. Fizzle.
0 DTE. Call size. Size.
Hmm.
Spider pulse. Long dated. Amazon pulse. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Come on. Let's go, Microsoft. All right, I want to stare at this too much because it might not go if I stare at it. Tesla, looking good. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We got a little less than an hour to go. Walmart at the high of the day. Looks like it wants to bust a move here. It's got to get through 120. Walmart. I don't know if you guys have been checking out Walmart. I plan on adding to this one. Walmart looks good. Jumping around here. Looking for it to break through this area. Get through 121. Then head for the 20-day and the 50-day overhead. RSI is rising. MACD stochastics turning. If you like Microsoft, if you like Walmart like I do, as a investment, great idea. I'll be adding to this. Just looking for some consolidation these past couple of days. I didn't think it was going to go straight up. Although Friday, I thought for sure it was going to just keep going because it looked like it wanted to break higher. Then towards the end of the day, I started thinking, maybe it probably just sits here and consolidates for a few more days. See if it can't break through. NVIDIA pulling back a little bit. All right, stocks are starting to see a little bit of profit taking. Going into the last hour, let's see what they're doing over at CNBC.
Apple semi-hot.
CNBC.
Deep calls.
Did it just say IBM? Did I just hear IBM? No, couldn't have been IBM. It's still drifting lower.
Strong excitement when the keynote started, and it started to wane maybe 30 minutes into it. We got
Okay, Apple looks like it's going to turn right here. Apple looks like short's starting to cover.
shareholders realize there's not going to be that surprise and delight that we were hoping would be the thing to move the needle.
Okay, big caps, small caps, breadth improving. NASDAQ trying to turn up, and the S&P is just kind of stalling right now.
Maybe it's there just to create a little bit of caution or a little bit of a buffer so that expectations aren't too high, and then they can actually really surprise and delight when this enhanced Siri does roll out. And it is something that rolls out with a little bit more fanfare because we've couched it in that word data.
So, Dan, I mean, when the commentary coming in was that Apple needs to reframe itself as an AI winner, that we need to see evidence of a genuine step change. That's some of the other analyst commentary outside of yours that has been floating out there leading up to this. You think we accomplished that? Did we today?
S&P is up 40 handles, hanging in here at 7,420 plus, 740 plus, 7,424 plus. S&P, Doji spinning top.
And now they're basically saying like,
Micron Pulse.
we have it
Long dated.
in-house. We finally are delivering what you can do with all the data, and it's going to be secure, as well as also it's the cross-pollination with the apps. You know, that's a very, very
Zero
important. They're basically saying
DTE.
this is
Cold
how
side.
the app system's
Size.
coming in. Guess who they're speaking to? It's not me. It's not you. They're speaking to developers.
Well, that's the whole point of this event over the days that they have it. Hey, AK, did they move the football far enough from Siri being a personal assistant with all sorts of bells and whistles to agentify it enough that it's going to be a truly game-changing part of the whole experience that Apple wants to bring its users?
Yeah, it's very interesting. You know, I think in 2024 we heard a lot about this agentified type of Siri. I actually took something completely different away today. I thought today was all about context, and I think this is a move of the football forward, because what they're going to do is use generative AI to provide context in your world. When you're trying to get things done, you'll be able to search through your apps, through your text, and it will give you context that you need. When you're on the phone and you're speaking with an airline, you'll get that context right there. That's something that generative AI is really good for, generative AI V1. And that sets the stage for the action, more agentic activities that you could see in the future. So what I really liked about Apple, and the vision I liked today, was they're building for where the technology is. They're not building for generations ahead of it. They're building something that they think can actually get off the ground and work. When you focus on that context, that's something that you can actually get done. And then over time, it could be, now let's take that next action for you. Something that's been very difficult for any builder of generative AI to be able to pull off. But Apple is in position because it's built this all into the operating system.
Long dated.
Malcolm, nobody should read too much into a 1% move, or even if you look at a stock that was up a few percentage points and now it's negative on a one-day thing, to make some sort of grand leap. Apple has a tendency, whether it's earnings or even an event like this, you run up into the number or the event ends up being a bit of a sell, maybe for a little while. But as we've seen, the stock has had an ability to rebound pretty substantially and pretty quickly.
Zero
because the dip buyers always come into the same.
I would actually disagree with you a little bit there, Scott. I think that this was the moment that investors would have rewarded Apple for some sort of enhancement that we didn't expect. I think that the direction of the shares as the keynote started tells us that there was opportunity for momentum, especially since we recovered from that sell-off late last week into Friday. The market is saying, Apple investors specifically were saying, I will reward you with additional
Bitcoin
share
Ponzi
purchases
Pulse.
if you give me a
Long
reason to.
dated.
And I think what's missing here, and I'm basing this too on the commentary from
Marvel
Dan and
Pulse.
then also Alex, we didn't see anything that answered the question of how are you going
Tesla
to
pulling back now.
monetize this
Tesla pulling
in a
back a
way
bit.
that actually speaks to Wall Street. So
Okay,
yes,
take
it's
a little
great that
profits
they
off.
think
That's what it
there are
looks like.
2 billion users globally
Microsoft
that is in that install base.
still
So
trying to
if
push a
there
bit
is
higher.
you
Microsoft.
figure out how you'll monetize enhanced Siri and make it so great and so sticky in my life that I'm willing to pay an extra $5 or $10 a month now across 2 billion users. Now you can see where that starts to become valuable and add additional top line revenue to that services category. As a shareholder, I'm looking for that, and I think the lack thereof could be the reason why these shares didn't get set on fire today. Like they probably could have.
Long dated.
Can you buy that? And to Malcolm's point, and Alex's great point as well, they're going to monetize it in 3 ways. One, okay, as more
Zero
noise in the system
DTE.
from cloud to other
Side.
apps that are going to come in, how they're going to, it's all part of the services. That's how we talk about. You could get an incremental 10-15% of services, incremental growth over the coming years. Two,
Zero
this is setting the stage for
DTE.
what are going to be
Side.
years of devices built around this technology. And the third, they're saying we're not Anthropic or OpenAI. We know we're not going to be the best. We now just want to be in the game because we have something they don't. 1.5 million.
Micron Pulse.
And that's
Long
such a big
dated.
part of this. The fact that they finally have functional AI, and even if it didn't surprise in terms of new functionality, what it does do is open up this backlog of products that have been sitting in an R&D lab, unable to be released because they didn't have the software for it. And so you think about glasses or these product of AI consumer devices or some of these HomePod reboots or other things that are being talked about, this tabletop robot, all of that was waiting for AI. So yes, did we see all these features with Android's new release powered by
Okay, S&P pulling back a bit. S&P.
Malcolm, maybe no surprise.
I'll get back into this channel again.
We knew what we at least what we thought was going to be on the table today. Mac laid that out perfectly during halftime at the very top before this whole thing started today. And we got a real view of what Siri AI is going to be. And the stock had run a lot into the event today anyway. So I'd be hesitant to look at price action during an event like this and even on the backside of it in this very same day and make the leap that investors are somehow disappointed because they didn't get more.
Yeah, I think maybe the strength of iPhone 17 sales on their own have created a little bit of cloud cover, and maybe the company decided its strategy could be to go a little bit more conservative with this event because they don't necessarily need to wow anybody because the shares haven't fallen off of a cliff over that 2-year period that we've been saying Apple is falling behind and where are they with their strategy. And so to the point I think you guys are all making, they don't have to at this moment, so they didn't. I just think that, as the market is unfolding the way that it is, as we have this upward pressure underneath the market today, it seemed to me like a perfect setup where it was their moment to lose, and we didn't necessarily get that thing that really blew our socks off. But maybe to you guys' point, the refresh of the entire hardware set is possible because AI now is here, and this is where it starts to hit that next leg that shareholders will reward them for.
I would just say to Malcolm's point that they're ultimately, just like the Knicks are going to show it on the court tonight, the Apple is going to show, they're going to execute, they're going to show it on services, show it in the new devices, and it all comes down to monetization. I just don't believe where the stock is here that you are baking in really any AI-related monetization.
You also saw Alphabet move lower on this, and I think it's interesting because there's the whole compute side of this. And part of what came up in the keynote is this focus on private servers, more local inference, not having to rely on Google Cloud. But when that deal announcement came out in January that they'd be pairing up, they said that they'd be using Google Cloud. That didn't come up today. And I wonder how you do power this reboot. You asked about it launching in beta. That also helps them save on infrastructure and makes it less of an onerous task running everyone at scale at once.
AK, I'd like to spend the next couple minutes before we go talking a little bit more about Tim Cook's legacy. He received, a thunderous ovation at the very beginning. When he came on the stage, he made note of the fact that this is his last.
All right, stocks are just kind of giving back,
His AI legacy is
profit taking from the highs.
a couple hours ago is unquestioned.
Okay,
The stock
S&P.
performance speaks for itself, 2,200+% during his tenure. But more
Obviously
recently,
would prefer it if this was closing near the high of the day or in the middle of the range and rather than at the low right here.
to have the curtain come down or not.
Okay.
How would you assess that?
I think it will
Feels more
come down to the
bearish,
follow
like we're
through
going to follow
phase
through to the downside.
because if
S&P.
you think about it, he has set in motion the right product strategy where Apple is able to take the context of your life and on your phone use AI to make things easier for you. And if you think about the competitors trying to come for Apple in this, it's the Metas who've been trying to build personal super intelligence and the OpenAIs that have been trying to build their own set of hardware devices. Right? That is the challenge for Apple over time. It is the fact that its growth can be cut off by an AI first device. And again, Meta, and of course, Meta has those glasses that you might be wearing, to keep your AI assistant with you. So this was Apple setting the stage for its attempt at an AI device, turning the iPhone into an AI device. If the company can follow through here, then there's a good chance that the Meta initiative and the OpenAI initiative will struggle to get off the ground because those features are
S&P pulling back.
in the iPhone. But again, I think with this company, it is a wait and see to a degree. I think the nice thing is they've been humble. They've decided, okay, we can't build it ourselves. We're going to partner with Google. But ultimately, can they execute? Can they take it that next step? And again, going back to the beta world, everyone's a little bit nervous about launching it. But that will be Tim Cook's legacy, is whether they can actually follow through on the vision.
Mac, you have something?
Our Kif Wing is at a briefing right now with Craig Federighi, software chief. He said that for these models, they're using none of the models that Google deploys to their customers, nor do they use the infrastructure and means by which they deploy models to their customers. So very much positioning themselves off. Say that just a moment ago.
Yeah. Malcolm, I'll come to you. When Tim Cook, as we have on the screen here, says that the best is still ahead, is that how you feel as a shareholder today?
I think it's possible. Typically, a company tends to take on the personality of its leader. So maybe what we're talking about is leaving the era where the leader was the supply chain guy and moving more into a product-focused environment. Maybe that is
Apple just gradually changing direction, trying to turn back up.
AI narrative, the agentic AI era under Turnus, and we will start to see those products that really do, like I said, start to knock our socks off, and that is the shift that takes the stock in a different direction.
Dan, I'll give you the last word. Same question. Best is still ahead, according to Tim Cook. You feel that?
Get the popcorn out. This is just the start as he's handing the baton to Turnus.
All right. The Turnus era is going to officially begin in not too long from now. Everybody, appreciate that very much. Thank you, Malcolm. We'll see you soon. AK, of course, and you both here. Thanks so much for your coverage, Mac and Dan Ives, right here at Apple Park. As we said, top of the hour today, market rebounding quite nicely, especially some of the most beaten down tech names of last week. Is the worst over, or is the reset still a big risk? Let's welcome in Jeff DeGraff. He's the Renaissance Macro Chairman and Head of Technical Research. Good to have you back. Man, that was ugly to end the week, and I think there was a lot of trepidation in the market that we were going to pick right up today. In fact, we did not. What does that tell you?
Well, I mean, you're right, Scott. We had a 4.2 standard deviation event between beta and momentum on Friday. That was the largest that we've ever seen in the history of our data, which is the beginning of the S&P 500 back to 1958. So, it was monumental. And I think it was a shot across the bow. We've been concerned about the linkage between these two factors just because it was such a crowded trade. And normally, I know it sounds odd, but normally beta and momentum are not the same trade. But this was a pretty unique point in time. And I think that was a warning shot that we had on Friday. And I think you're going to have people that show some trepidation coming back into being, as Mo-centric as they were as we get back into, in the summer here. So I think it was a warning shot. I don't think we're going, down from here, but I think it's a warning shot for sure.
I mean, this is an unconventional market. It's been such in the respects that you've had some pretty
All right, still pushing lower. S&P.
Gathering instability in certain parts of the market.
We were up at one point, 40, 45 handles or so. We're still green by 14.
it's been a V shape every time. It's
7,400 is a major level. Looking for a bounce there.
Is there anything
7,400.
this time is different from that? Today's
Non-zero day.
suggests that the sellers saw enough, and the dip buyers saw enough, and that they were willing to come in with a Micron down 20% and bid it right back up, because as Jensen Huang saying over the weekend, the memory shortage is going to last 3 years.
Long
Yeah.
dated.
Well, look, I mean, this time is different. It's always dangerous, but it certainly can go on for a while, and it has. In fairness to to momentum players, look, I just think you have to be. You have to have some sobriety here in terms of how this can play out. And I think one of the things that we saw is that the jobs report shot real rates higher on Friday, and it was just that little. Almost incidental type of quirk that was able to send these things into a tailspin. And that's what you have to be careful of, because it doesn't take much when there's such a concentration of positions. It just doesn't take much to shake that out. And you'll get rebounds. I'm encouraged. I don't think this is a great day, but it's an okay day. You'll get rebounds. And I think, you really want to keep that sobriety about you as we go. We'll see what SpaceX does here. I think SpaceX will be okay. July is actually a pretty good month. But as we get into July, we're going to be really, really hypersensitive to things like credit spreads. We're in a zone, and obviously Friday was part of it. The Fed doesn't tend to cut rates, and so I think the liquidity environment is shifting. I think it's shifting for the bearish side, not to be overly bearish on it, but I certainly think that that marginal liquidity is coming out of the market, and I think that's what we have to really, really be attuned to, because momentum and beta are tied to credit spreads. They were actually okay on Friday, but that in our view is going to be really, really important to the duration of this thing.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, in the middle of last week, if not the earliest part of last week, we're hearing that liquidity is flowing.
All right, Microsoft's starting to bounce.
That there's so much liquidity out there. You're telling me that over a 1 or 2 day period, you sense that there may be a change in that? I mean, the debt market's been wide open. Obviously, the equity market's doing what it's doing. Rates are not, such a huge hindrance, even though they've backed up a bit.
At the margin, you see things like private credit and some of the again, very fringe parts of credit are not where they were, say, 3, 6 months ago.
Got about 38 minutes to go. 38 minutes. Rather slow day today for the most part.
So, it's just something we're keeping our eyes out on. I mean, call it a bonfire in the middle of a forest. It's not a forest fire by any means, but there's fire there, and we just want to make sure that when we see these crowded positions, that we're not just whistling past the graveyard and believing that these things can go on forever. So I do think that there's something that again, that sobriety is going to come in useful in the next 6 to 8 weeks here.
All right, that's fair enough. We'll watch it for sure. We'll talk again, I'm sure, of that as well.
Sounds good.
Jeff, thank you, Jeff DeGraff.
Shenanigans.
Renaissance. To Christina Partsinevelos now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close today. Hi there.
Hi, Scott. Well, let's start with Cerebus because it's having its best day since its trading debut, which was only just last month. Shares are up roughly 20% after at least 9 firms launched coverage on the chip company with buy equivalent ratings. There was a note from Mizuho with it calling it the fast inference leader in the AI inference market and sees the company at an inflection point. That's adding to shares increasing. Shares of Coding also gaining about 5% after the glassmaker said it will receive billions of dollars from Amazon for optical fiber cables to power Amazon's AI data centers. It follows similar investments from NVIDIA last month and Meta back in January to help build out their manufacturing plants. And Paramount Skydance shares are moving the other direction, down, recovering some losses from earlier today, though, after increased pushback on its Warner Brothers deal. Hollywood workers protested the deal over the weekend, and multiple states are preparing a lawsuit to actually block it. This, according to several reports, but shares are down barely even a percent, Scott.
Okay. All right. Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos. We're just getting started here from Apple Park. SpaceX expected to begin trading the end of the week. We'll find out how investors might be positioning ahead of that big IPO. Later, Schwab's Liz Ann Saunders. She will join us with her take.
Walmart at the high.
Where we currently stand with stocks. Dow's down 86. We're back in California after this.
and also when you look at credit, which is this kind of opaque land where you just compare basically junk bonds to treasury bonds. You didn't see this run to treasuries at the expense of junk bonds. You saw, you guys may not be old enough to remember this, but this felt like a Brexit kind of decline where
S&P is still drifting lower. Okay, we're going to give all of this back today. Looks like.
Long dated.
I'm looking at tech. It was much I'm looking at now. It was stronger before and waning into the close. Not exactly warm and fuzzy, but Friday declines in bull markets.
Okay, we're right at that 7,400 level, just below it right now.
You typically see a strong bounce in the coming day or it begins in the coming day or two, and it has some legs to it. So I'm going to be a buyer into any more weakness.
Zero
I'm
DTE.
a little scared of the chip stocks. I'm going to wait and take a wait. I've got Intel and Nvidia, and that's probably it. And I'm unlikely to add to that. But look, Friday, and you look at Friday and other days. Friday, you pull out AI, the S&P is almost flat. You take another day where AI is rocking, and it's all AI and no S&P. It's this either-or market. My friend Helene Meiser likes to call it. And that's I think it's going to continue. I really do.
So after the washout we saw Friday, you said you anticipate a rebound coming here, but Paul, how much does the quality of this rally matter here? And if we get it, does it change your thesis at all for the correction that you expect in Q3? Does it push it further down the road?
It matters a lot. Thanks for asking it that way. So not all, rallies aren't all the same. What you want to see is you want to see participation. It's okay that a handful of stocks are leading day after day, week after week, etc. That's okay. But you can't so this is not 1999. I can promise it's not. This is not what happened in 99. 99, we had a group of stocks. Everything else didn't go sideways. They actually went down into it. This is not 99 yet. And if it is, we're only in the end of 97 or 98. The quality of the rally, what we want to see is we don't need this wide, incredible broadening like you see at the beginning of a bull market. But you still need materials. And look, banks are firming up. They're trading a lot better than they did, but you need banks and you need transports and materials and industrials. You need them to at least have a bid. You need them to at least get dragged up with AI. So people get a little too crazy when they talk about there's 10 stocks and that's it. Other things are rallying. If we get a rally into July 4th, so maybe it'll be easy to remember, and it's only at 10 or 15 or 20 stocks, and other stocks are all going down, that would tell me there is a large.
All right, we're still up 11 handles, giving back today's gains. Looks like Walmart wants to break out here. Walmart.
Yeah, some have been talking about a pullback over the summer into a Q4, which could take off once again, particularly as you continue to hear the brokerages upping their ear.
Zero
City just took it to, 8,100 today as well. So, as we know, Paul, rallies aren't linear, but thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time as always. Paul Schatz there, President and Chief Investment Officer over at Heritage Capital. Coming up next, we'll be joined by the CFO of DocuSign to discuss the company's first quarter results and how it is implementing AI in its software. Market Close will be right back.
Zero DTE.
Yeah, 100%. Shenanigans. Intel's starting to bounce now. Yeah, I did too, Frano. I thought this was going to be a really bad day.
Zero DTE. Put straight. Zero DTE.
Opportunities don't stop when the market ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. all with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of
Spider
24-hour trading,
long dated.
no matter the hour.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
SP
Sometimes, you know,
long dated. Deep puts.
you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden alongside Sam Vadas in New York. Crocs is rallying to a new 52-week high today after Baird upgraded shares to outperform from neutral. The firm also raised its price target on the footwear maker to $150, up from $115, citing a higher degree of confidence that positive inflections for Crocs North America and Hey Dude look sustainable. Baird says Crocs returned to positive low single-digit total revenue growth during the second half of the year. Tight cost controls and healthy cash return prospects support a healthy upward bias to consensus estimates. Let's see how some of these names in the footwear group are faring today. Whatever my feelings may be about the fashion of Crocs shoes, it's a good day for investors trading up more than 2% higher on the day for Crocs. Decker's brand up about 1.75%. On holding slightly lower, down about 0.5%, but Nike having a nice day as well, up almost 0.9%. I do want to bring Sam back into the conversation and shift gears here. Turn our attention to DocuSign's recent earnings and welcome in their CFO, Blake Grayson, joining us today. Blake, great to have you on the show. Now, we got your results. You beat on the top and the bottom line. You raised your full year revenue guide. Take us through what you think were the highlights of the quarter.
Thanks, and thanks for having me. Really solid quarter for us. I'm really excited about it. I think, DocuSign, like you said, we beat across all of the guided metrics that we report on the top side. In revenue, Q1 revenue up 9% year over year. We delivered a free cash flow yield of 35%. So we generated around $289 million of free cash flow, which enabled us to actually do the largest quarterly buyback in our company's history at $318 million. And, that's a big part of that is driven by the continued rollout and adoption of our new Intelligent Agreement Management, or IAM platform, with approximately 40,000 customers now using that platform. It represented about 12.6% of our company's annualized recurring revenue. And we reiterated our guidance for the full year about accelerating our total company ARR this year. So really solid quarter. Really proud of the team for everything that we've done.
Yeah, I just want to take it one step back here because, when people think of DocuSign, they do think of that e-signature company that very much benefited back in the COVID days. We all used it. And they're all just wondering, how did you get those numbers? And as you say, you put it down to this Intelligent Agreement Management, or the IAM platform with the enterprise. I'm just wondering if you could explain to us what productivity are companies, our enterprises seeing from that compared to perhaps, say, before? And what are your enterprise customers seeing compared to, say, an individual like Marley and myself?
Sure.
All right, ES futures are starting to bounce right where they need to bounce, right at the 7,400 level.
Around the world have heard of it.
S&P.
We have a very large book of business and portfolio customers reaching almost 1.9 million customers. With IAM in particular, there's studies out there by companies like Deloitte saying that if a company uses an end-to-end platform, uses AI for an end-to-end platform, they can see ROIs up to 30%. We have specific examples with customers like Experian or Thrive Market, that's an online grocery platform, where they're seeing rapid turnarounds as far as how contracts and workflows are used, and regarding the insights that they can have as well, and across places even like wealth management around new customer sign-ons, right? Pre-filling forms in that workflow. And you can imagine signing up a new customer for any business, small business or large, is probably arguably one of the most important moments in a company's history. And for us, we help that speed it up. We help that conversion. And so we're seeing the early, fruits of that. It's 12.6% of our ARR. It's just a whole different suite of features and products and services that go beyond e-signature. But IAM is all wrapped in and it includes e-signature.
So companies that kind of rely on DocuSign for the trust, security, and compliance, that frankly is more critical than ever these days. And then on top of that, they can create a system of record for all of their agreements across their entire organization. It's a pretty compelling argument.
And I do want to ask sort of the obvious question in the market reaction as well. The numbers spoke for themselves, but some felt that the guidance was a little bit on the cautious side.
ITOC.
What was that? I thought that was my wife and them. I thought they were home. Nope. Or what was that? Oh, that was them. Okay. Looking for a bounce. Looking for these stocks to bounce.
ITOC.
SPHL may rise in 10 seconds.
TDIC. LXEH. SMTK.
ABC may resume in less than a minute.
NAMI. GMHS. ITOC. BYAH. TDIC.
SENS.
SPHL. MTEN. NAMI. GMHS. BYAH.
All right. We've got about 23 minutes to go. 23 minutes to go.
Long dated. Deep puts. Avgo pose.
SPHL.
CHOW may resume in less.
Tesla turning back up. Okay, nice little bounce right there. At that 7,400 level. 7,400 is where max open interest is. Net OI
0 DT.
at 7,400 right there.
TDIC. ITOC.
SPT may rise in 10 seconds.
Netflix turning back up. So is Nvidia, Microsoft, seeing a little short covering. There goes Meta now. Tesla turning back up. Intel, a little bounce. All right, not too bad. Not too bad. I got to take a few minutes, a break here. I'll be right back.
GBP exports, long dated.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths
NVIDIA
stacked
Pulse,
with content
long
curated to
dated.
fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Micron is rallying today after Wells Fargo and Cantor Fitzgerald both raised their price targets on the memory giant. Wells Fargo boosted its target to $12.20, up from $5.50, seeing continued upside driven by greater confidence in duration of persistent memory tightness. Cantor Fitzgerald raised its target to $1,500, up from $700, saying we are in a new AI-driven memory paradigm with sustainable tailwinds that imply the trade is only in the mid-innings. That, of course, means it is time for Options Corner, where we're taking a closer look at Micron and its move to the upside that we're seeing. Got a really nice bounce today off of those notes, Rick, and also some of the recovery from the sell-off we saw on Friday. But we are trading more than 8% higher in this thing today.
Yeah, I mean, 742% still up during the past year, despite the declines that we saw on Friday. A pretty quick bounce back here. And, memory is just really just the extreme outperformer.
Zero DTE, call sign.
Kind of, Micron, Seagate, Western Digital, SanDisk, everything else kind of just crammed in this little area down here. The basic calculus hasn't really changed. Everyone needs a lot of memory chips. There are only so many places to get them. They're making as many as they can, as fast as they can. Even if you broke ground right this second on a new memory chip foundry, it would be like 3 to 5 years, and it would cost you $10 to $20 billion to just to get it going. And Micron is already working on their new facility in Boise, Idaho. They're expected to get chips rolling off the line in 2027. Still a pretty long way off for the red-hot environment in which we find ourselves right now. Definitely it's a situation that is not even close to being resolved yet.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, though, you mentioned the run-up here. As we look at Micron just on its own, knowing, yes, we shifted out of names like Micron last week and in that full week, but it certainly has not seriously impacted the rise that we've seen over the last year.
Yeah, and it's it can feel very painful if you have these dramatic declines from the high point, if that's kind of where you got in. But you got to keep it in perspective here. We're still up a very large degree during this time frame here. So we topped out at 1089 recently here. Our recent lows came in at 864. So we did hold up a bit above a point that I had my eye on here, which was the old highs and the subsequent lows after a gap up near 820. So we didn't even really get to the level that looked like it was a significant supportive area further to the downside. The gap also began at 780, so that gives us a zone to be on the lookout for if the decline does continue. Nevertheless, our white trend line here, starting with these lows, you could argue is still in play here. We also never really tested that area. You could couple it as well with this downward sloping trend line connecting the highs from those all-time highs that we saw there. A much steeper trend line here in blue has been broken as well. So an interruption to this very sharp push to the upside. Just generally speaking, the sharper the move, the less sustainable it is, and the pullback can be quite vicious even during extreme bull markets here as traders readjust their positions or take profits. So now, if we were to consider our moving averages that we follow here, 5-day EMA in dark blue representing 1 week comes in at 953. Meanwhile, our 21-day in teal representing a month comes in at 853.50 or so right now. So those give us a pair of
All right, Microsoft, nice bounce. Netflix with a nice bounce.
as well as potential breakout points to the upside or the downside here. RSI, our measure of momentum, has been trending downward still. We saw that our green trend line has been broken concurrently with the break below the overbought area, that line near 70 that represents the extreme upside momentum. So now, even though we remain above the 50 midline, so we still have more of a bullish tilt, we have seen a fairly significant interruption to our upward velocity. So finally, if we were to think about our volume profile study, as with many of these kind of high-flying tech and adjacent names that we've seen recently. We're just focusing on the past few months here to give a more, deep look at some of these relevant areas. If we took in the whole year, it'd be kind of hard to see the recent activity. So here we did have a smaller node that developed around 1015 to 1050 or so. Another more sizable area is around where we find ourselves right now, between about 900 and 950 roughly. The largest one, close to the recent price activity, comes in between about 700 to 792. So these are kind of wide ranges, but it kind of speaks to how fast and how extreme the activity in Micron has been. It's kind of hard to catch up with everything.
And we saw a rebound from Friday's sell-off, but it wasn't just Friday for this name. I mean, it was pretty much throughout the week we saw pressure on this name.
Zero
DTE,
call sign.
the options
Size.
action, or is it resumed a normal day?
So actually, it's a little lighter today. So our sizzle, the metric we use to gauge options activity, is coming in at 0.83 versus the 5-day moving average of options volume. So about 83% of what you typically expect here. So today, that equates to about 551,000 options. So still a very hefty number. That's quite high in terms of overall trading activity. 57% or so were calls. Most active monthly for open interest is June 18th, the coming front month expiration. About 20.3% of all open interest in that month. Quite far outpacing any of the other month in terms of a single period expiration. One notable trade was in the June 18th expiration, this coming month, plus 130, 650 strike calls, and a 295.30 debit here. So $3.83 million debit paid. Not really clear if it's an opening or closing trade here, but definitely large dollar amounts being paid for options across the board today.
Yeah, and with that nice move to the upside, more than 8% for Micron with those two price target increases. We're just north of 935 in terms of stock price. I want to thank Rick Ducander, lead market technician, for always breaking down the options action for us. And I do want to send it over to Sam to find out who she and George will be talking about for overlooked stocks. Well, Molly, we're going to be talking about Voya Financial heading into the close. So George Tillis will break down the details, what you need to know coming up next on Market on Close.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell. The stories that make markets move.
All right, trying to. All right, Netflix bouncing. There goes Meta. Meta's on the move.
Beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the
Microsoft.
This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at Schwab Network.
Microsoft just popped. Microsoft.
Stay connected to the markets.
12 minutes to go. Microsoft just popped. Okay, see if we can't get through this level. Microsoft. Volume picking up.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TVs, everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. So yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm going to be sick. We have to buy that now.
There goes Meta. Meta, a little pop there. Meta with a pop. Doji, Hammer. Looks good. Got 11 minutes to go.
Looking at the chart, it's actually had a really nice few trading days for Voya Financial. first off, I mean, this is one of the premier providers of what are called workforce benefits. They also provide other solutions like savings solutions and technology solutions for retirement investment management. But one of the things it's really known for is its employee benefits programs, which include provisions like life and disability insurance, but also essentially what is called stop loss insurance provisions, which basically allow small to larger size businesses, small to medium sized businesses, provide their employees self-insurance programs, which Voya Financial actually helps underwrite. So that's really what the unique value of the business is overall. Raymond James did upgrade the stock, which is a primary catalyst over the last few days, to $117. They double upgraded the name to a strong buy from Market Perform because there's a few things going on with the business. One, Raymond James sees that there's value to be had here in the business if it stands alone as a fully integrated business the way it is, including its workforce benefits, its retirement and investment management divisions altogether. They also see the potential of Voya basically spinning off their insurance business, their stop loss insurance business, disability and life insurance, which is a value accretive element to the shareholders. The other thing that's really going on is let's talk about the entire business.
Okay, Microsoft just pulled back in. All right, Netflix still chugging higher. Netflix. Okay, Meta. Okay. Profit taking. Let's see. Where is the S&P pulling back a bit? S&P.
Sale of the business or organic growth, which if you look at the sales growth, it's around 3.5% in line with 5-year averages. But over the last year, their insurance business has become more accretive on a margin basis because a lot of small and medium-sized businesses have had it with some of the bigger insurance companies like Aetna and United Healthcare and are looking to become more self-insured. And companies like Voya help them negotiate how to structure insurance policies and price premiums for their employees.
Yeah, and I see this comes off the back of a pretty strong first quarter result as well. And reading about a lot of the activist interests you're talking about with respect to obviously wanting to examine perhaps a strategic review or possible sale here. But
All right, we're right back down to 7,400 again. Amazon with a little short covering.
So that is certainly helping companies like Voya Financial, all the insurance companies.
Oh boy, kind of an erratic evening session.
Reserve provisions required by law, they're required to invest a portion of those in risk-free assets like Treasury. So interest rates have helped online this business and the insurance business and the financials as well. So that's part of the move, but I do suggest that the strategic review of the business is another catalyst, which is propelling the stock higher the last few days. But you also have to consider, too, last week was a really good week for healthcare and financial companies. Defensive and high interest rate environment is helping the financials. So that is part of the move we're seeing in Voya. But I do think that the underlying strategic review of a spinoff of their insurance business to bring cash in for share buybacks or dividends, or a full out sale of the business is creating some institutional interest in the name.
Yeah, for sure. All right, sitting up 2.5 right now, 88 bucks and change. George, really appreciate it as always. Thank you so much for your help today. George Sillis there. Molly, I'll send things back over to you in Chicago.
Thanks so much to Sam and George for that. We are nearing the end of our market session. That means Alex Coffey will be joining us right here in our Chicago studio to break down the action we saw today. That's all next on Market on Close.
Sometimes, you know.
Yeah, it just feels like people are, trimming their overstretched positions instead of buying the dip. As I was saying earlier this morning, take the opportunity to reduce your exposure and risk levels
driving the price action from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the market.
Yeah, most people are using the intraday strength to trim our overstretched positions. Core 1M's getting better, so that's telling us that options prices are coming back in. S&P back to 7,400. Net open interest is the largest right there, as you are aware. We're just kind of cruising into that level towards the close. There's 7,400 right there. Okay, Microsoft just dropped off just now. Microsoft. Somebody took some profits off of Microsoft.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning leads, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals.
A lot of stocks are situated near the 50-day moving average like Microsoft. So I'm looking for these to maybe find some strength. Meta's just below. Apple's below the 21-day now. Apple drifted lower, so that looks like I'll get stopped out on Apple. NVIDIA's the same thing. NVIDIA's sitting above the 50-day, looking for that to bounce. NVIDIA, looking for Google to bounce. All right, so if these New York FANGs can find some support here, that should help the S&P. Let's go take a look at the equal weight index. Equal weight. Okay, closing near the lows of the session, so probably going to drift a little bit lower, I would think, tomorrow, the way it looks right now. New York FANG components it's still closing in the upper half of the daily range for the most part, if it can hold right here. We got 3 minutes left to go, just under 3 minutes to go. Okay, S&P.
Zero DTE.
Potential backup chip manufacturer to TSMC. Intel saying it doesn't really comment on customer engagements. Memory also very strong. So Micron is definitely moving higher, 8%, 9% higher after falling 13% just last Friday. Wells Fargo raising its price target to $1,220. And then you also have memory maker SanDisk and AI chip maker Cerebras, both higher after Wall Street price target upgrades, specifically Cerebras getting 9 initiations today. And then rounding out all the movers, Marvell is set to join the S&P 500 on June 22nd, so that is why those shares are higher. And KLA is a chip equipment manufacturer on pace for its best day since April 2025. The sector that led the sell-off, Scott, is now leading today's recovery.
Long dated. Zero DTE.
Certainly is, Christina. Thank you very much for that. Bill Baruch, are you a believer in this bounce back today? Yeah, I think it got exacerbated to the downside. I think there was an explosion in put volume. You had a lot of leveraged ETFs selling. And I think that Broadcom,
All right.
that ball rolling.
Hello. Came to visit?
I think we stabilized. I think the rally can continue.
Okay, got 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Net open interest right here. We're settling right at this level, 7,400. You can see major open interest at this level, net open interest. Okay, so that's right where we're settling right now. Okay. NVIDIA bouncing back up. A lot of back and forth. It just feels like institutions are using the opportunity today, this bounce, to reduce their exposure, like I would and have been doing into last week. And of course, when we rolled over, that was a saving grace. Today's bounce, hopefully, this follows through for the bulls that are left. If we get another bounce tomorrow, I'll do the same thing. I'll reduce my exposure. I'll take a few trades. The Apple trade's not working right now. Microsoft is down a little bit. Those maybe follow through tomorrow. Not really that concerned about it. Small positions. All right, and that's a wrap. So it's my son's birthday. I'm going to get out of here, folks. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's the closing bell, Monday, June the 8th. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.